Wait. What's up? I'll tell you what's up. I just checked the live UA map. Okay. And it's true. Assad's still gone. Isn't that crazy? All right. Whew. Is HTS pro Kurdish? Muted? I'm not muted. You're muted. What? Yeah, I've just looked at the live UA map, guys. Israel has expanded into the Euphrates. Oh no. That corridor has become a very fat corridor. No, hang on. They're doing a lot, though. They're doing a lot. They're bombing the shit out of basically every old weapon that was left over by the Assad regime. And I think maybe a couple of Russian ones and an intel center, which means, you know, my pet peeve, right, is destroying archives. They destroyed a shitload of archives there. Ooh. This is how much of a ground presence they have, right? Is that, yeah, occupying along the South Lebanon border. They're still saying it's temporary, but I guess that depends on how it got. It's so stupid. Like they can say it's temporary, but if Syria retaliates because it's their territory, no one agreed to this ever. Then Israel's going to be like, "Oh no, we have to stay for security." Fuck me, man. The Turks know better. Are still smashing up fucking Kurdish areas. I guess this is their buffer zone. They've had this for a while, right? Help us phone bank. Who destroyed archives? Israel bombed an intelligence center from Assad's regime. I guess they didn't want the whoever comes in to get a hold of whatever intel that Assad had a hold of, right? I don't think have any of the Syrian rebels even responded to this? I don't think I've heard Jelani say anything about Turkey or Israel since they took over. I'm guessing the smartest thing for them to do, unfortunately, is to just do nothing, right? Apart from, I guess, appeal to the Security Council to come in, because if they retaliate with a disorganized army whilst ISIS are still running around, like, and there's a power vacuum in Syria, I mean, good luck fighting the IDF. This is Syrian rebels saying, "From here to Jerusalem, we're coming for Jerusalem." Oh yeah, Jelani said this as well. He said this in like 2018. He was saying that the road won't end at Damascus; it ends at Jerusalem. Yeah. But does that count as like a declaration of hostilities, or I don't know, preemptive self-defense? I don't know how that one would fly. Also, reports saying those close to Assad are in Beirut, being sheltered by Hezbollah. Yeah, that's not surprising. Hang on, why am I up there? What am I doing up there? Yeah, well, we'll see. I thought Golan was the buffer. No, Golan is annexed. Israel annexed the Golan. The Golan is their territory as far as they're concerned. That's why it's full of settlers and also the Druze people who live there. So the joke about a buffer for a buffer isn't that they went into the DMZ. The joke about the buffer for the buffer is that they went beyond the DMZ. So there is a buffer zone around here, but then this is not this is not buffer zone. The buffer zone's quite small actually. 1974 Golan. Fuck me. The Golan buffer zone map is quite skinny. It's just that. But they're not, they're a little bit past that, according to this. Unless you count this as a land swap. I'm pretty sure this map is inaccurate. I don't know why they would only be here. They're probably down here as well, aren't they? I don't know. I love this map. This map is, to be fair, the safe zone goal. Okay, maybe it's starting to form. Israel said the old deal was dead. Yeah, it's surprising that, because you can read the terms of the old deal. You can read it. Syria, Israel disengagement. You can read the agreement. It's on the United States government website. You can see here, they don't say anything about regime change. They don't even say anything about, usually you would expect them to say, oh, XYZ changing circumstances, we reserve the right. There's nothing of that here. There's nothing. Possibly an air corridor pathway to Iran. Okay. As far as I know, it's all old Assad weaponry, right? It's all weaponry that used to be under the regime. I don't know if have they bombed HTS positions as well? Like, have they bombed anything the HTS had before the offensive? I don't know. There is no Syria, there's no government. As far as I know, if you overthrow your current regime, I think your borders are still your sovereign borders, no? Like, they don't belong to anyone else. Current transition government leader. Syrian army bases. Hamid al-Bashir, the head of the rebel-led Salvation Government. Oh yeah, this is like the civilian wing of the... Basically, when HTS were in Idlib, they integrated themselves with the Salvation Government, which is kind of like the government in waiting, I guess. The civilian government in Idlib. Don't they still have a PM? They do, yeah. UN warns against hasty repatriation. Why is Israel bombing Syria? Netanyahu said they would occupy Mount Hermon, which is within the buffer zone. This is the first time they've been stationed there since 74. They deny that they've gone past the buffer zone. Uh-oh. Live UA map and Israel are in dispute then. Why do you think Jelani went from being an ISIS to saying all these woke things, so he technically was never in ISIS. He was obviously aligned with them, but I'm pretty sure that when Baghdadi tried to integrate his forces with Jelani said no. And so they've been at war for 10 years. But he was still Al-Qaeda until like, what, 2016, 17? I don't know. Probably a lot to do with the, basically the 4 years. Because the last 4 years until just now were kind of like a frozen conflict. So, unidentified opposition groups. Ooh. They undenied it a few minutes ago. Jesus Christ. It's so scummy. You know what? Poor Syria, man. I thought their first issues would be rebuilding, refugees, establishing government institutions. And now it's like, no, first of all, okay? First of all, you have to defend yourself against Israel and Turkey. When did Israel undeny it? Hang on. No, this is 30 minutes ago. In Reuters. In Reuters, they're saying they deny they've gone past the buffer zone. So Jesus Christ, I don't know what that means. Hang on. I need to get this back, please. Give it. What's the new government of Syria? Who has control? We don't know yet. Defend yourselves against Israel and Turkey whilst tankies accuse you of being cahoots. Yep. Because live UA map has them going into what looks like what'd you say? It has them going into what looks like fucking populated areas. I hope Syria doesn't let Russia use their naval air bases in Latakia. So yeah, this is from 30 minutes ago. Israel denies going past the demilitarized zone, but also declined to comment. How do you do both of those at once? It's a different article. Denied within 25 kilometers of Damascus. We are not involved in what's happening in Syria internally. We are not a side in this conflict. We don't have any interest other than protecting our borders and the security of our citizens. 3 security sources say that they've advanced beyond the demilitarized zone. 1 Syrian source said they reached the town of Katana. From denial to the sea. Good one. Good one. Yeah, well. You know what? I give it a week. See what happens. We'll know for sure within a week. Is there footage of that? Is there footage of Israelis in Katana? Hmm. We'll see. We'll see. Do I want to talk about the guy who shot that healthcare guy, the healthcare executive? Not really. Oh my god. I didn't know this guy had a channel. Of course he does. Fucking Yosef Haddad. Is this the thing that he's been doing since even before the war? Where he's always like showing props. And like street arguments. He gets into street debates. What the hell? Anyway. I have questions. Can I call in? Not now. I'm busy. It's so early in the stream. I really hope people don't soy out too hard over the little intro rant about about Israel from that Hassan fan debate. It's annoying because the intro, because it's got to be short, it cuts off the part where it cuts off the part where I say that obviously like it wouldn't have been justified if there was no anti-Semitism and there's lots of problematic elements, but I don't know. I think that's definitely one that I don't know if Zio TikTok gets a hold of that, we'll be in trouble, guys. Woo! What do we want to know? The resistance axis is dead. Damn, she's actually. This is the most accurate Syrian girl tweet. What the fuck? Wow. A sadist in chat. Hello, safe. Rip. F's in the chat. I'm sorry that happened to you. What is it? Syrian girl. Destiny. Zelensky. XQC. Spider. Okay. Lonerbot. Hassan. Content. What the fuck? What? Okay. Needs contacts. Oh. Oh shit. Are you gonna watch the Hassan Syria video? Which one? He's done quite a lot of them, hasn't he? I'm pretty sure once you've seen one of them, you've seen all of them, right? Because it's all gonna be Al Qaeda, America, NATO, Turkey back, Israel. That's all it's gonna. He's not gonna say anything actually about Syria or the rebels or Assad. They're all just kind of like an extension of other narratives. Whew. Government collapsed. What's happening in Syria? Do I need to watch this? Do I care? Fuck me. There's only so much. Oh yeah, the Kurdish attack dogs. Yeah, that's always a good meme. Hopefully that'll go into. I've got someone. I've hired someone for a special job, and we're going to compile all of the top moments from stream, reacting to the downfall of to the collapse of Assad. So, we got someone to go through 10 something streams worth of shit conversations. All right. The Kurds are being pummeled right now. Yeah, and I think Turkey is going absolutely ham on them. That's the thing, is like the Security Council needs to do something quickly because like Turkey and Israel's response to this is really not helpful for the potential fucking backlash and destabilization that could happen in Syria afterwards. Let's see. What's the SDF doing in Deir Zor again? There seems to be protests against them. I think the SDF are mostly popular amongst Kurds, but I don't think a lot of the Arab population wants them there. So that's maybe the issue. Is Israel going to take Damascus? I doubt Israel's going to take Damascus. Okay, if they do, call me a fucking moron. Okay. Cute. Me getting dressed up for Assad's funeral. Okay. Does anything happen, or is it just okay? Cute. Is Israel going to take Mecca? What's Israel trying to achieve? Israel is. I told you guys. I said this so fucking early on. Israel is bricking it at the concept of losing a weakened Assad in exchange for an unpredictable, emboldened HTS. So they're going to go, yeah, almost as if they're not collaborating with HTS, almost as if they actually think HTS are a massive threat. Okay. How many targets have they hit now? Like 300? $310. Aleppo, Damascus, Hama. Yeah, it's all the Assad weapons that they don't want getting into the hands of rebels. Like there was a convoy that was trying to move arms. It was in Sky News, I think. There was a convoy that was trying to move arms away from one of the depots, and Israel airstruck the convoy. That one of the drivers who survived basically said that he was told to take them out, but he was told that he was transporting food for the liberated areas. So it seems like I don't know who would do that. I don't know if HTS would do that to someone, or yeah, like it seems like there's a bit of lawlessness going on right now. This is going to allow Daesh to take the region now. Chill, Sulfur. Thankfully, America has been bombing the Daesh targets, okay? We got Biden taking care of that front. Any more news out of the prisons? As far as I know, they are still trying to find the underground prisons. Like, people know that they exist, or they have a good feeling they exist, but they can't get in. It's taking them longer to get into those prisons, into that prison, than it took them to take Damascus. They're probably going to be digging around in that prison for longer than the entire offensive, 10 days, right? Hassan responds to Loner Box. Well, we saw this, didn't we? This was over the tweet. He spoke about this for 8 minutes? Sure. Why not? Maybe we missed something.
I think it's ridiculous that you said Israel is helping ISIS in Iran. Until Hassan learns to be quiet when he doesn't know what he's talking about, he will just keep making these mistakes over and over again. Just take some time off stream and read up on it, or don't open your mouth about other countries and their people at all. Wait, what?
What? What I do?
What an incredible research process. Uncritically accept the most obvious information from chat, embellish and conclude that HTS is directly in coordination with Israel. Wait, what the fuck? Why do these guys consistently fucking just, I don't know, maybe
There's no way. I didn't see this whole thing because it was live and the thing was glitching. There's no way he's going to bring up that article of that random anonymous commander who's a secularist, who's not part of HTS, who said he loves Israel. He's not going to do that, is he? There's no way he's bringing that up, that article. That's the only... I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe from a place of their own ignorance, like act as though certain things that have happened in the past are not real, with the full-blown knowledge that other people don't know. Wait, hold on. Oh. I'm gonna call Uber for my dad.
Oh.
1. HTS is former Al Qaeda and ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2.
Okay. Since then, what does it have to do with Israel? Is he going to mention that HTS and Jelani have basically been at war with ISIS for 10 years? That Al Qaeda was let go by Jelani to form HTS, and that the last 4, 5, 6 years of HTS rule in Idlib has been largely involving them purging elements of Al Qaeda and ISIS, that they don't behave like Al Qaeda and ISIS. Like, I don't know how many times have you seen Al Qaeda or ISIS going into an area and using drones to drop little cards down to people, to Assad soldiers, saying, if you want to defect, call this number so you'll be safe. That's what they did, by the way. And if you're not going to defect, this is your time to flee. Yeah, they did that. That might be the first time ever, I think. That might be the first time ever there has been a non-state actor, a non-state military, dropping leaflets down and cards down to the population before they advance, telling them how to be safe. And that's not even to mention, obviously, the directives given to people not to harm minorities and not to loot the houses of civilians and everything. Again, there are still extremist elements in HTS, but the changes that they've gone through, it's not just Jelani saying institutions and diversity. They've actually been doing these things for the last 4 years. That's part of actually why the offensive was so successful.
The Al Qaeda and ISIS equivalents in the region have absolutely collaborated with the Israeli government.
Oh yeah.
I understand it's easy to people to dunk on Twitch streamers in these clips. There's actually reason to believe that Israel at least has tenuous partnership with HTS. If you don't believe Hassan, maybe the ex-Mossad head from 8 years ago will convince you.
Okay, you say no.
Why didn't Al Qaeda?
Wait, does he not watch the clip? How does he know what he's Does he not watch the clip? 131. He doesn't watch the thing that I reacted to. Is he that insecure that he doesn't want his fans to see 30 seconds of him being an idiot? He doesn't know what he's responding to. He's responding to this, just so you know. Okay? One more for the boys.
The HTS has stated they don't support Gaza, etc. Wow, I'm shocked. Wow, that's really interesting. One must ask the question why so many of these Salafist groups who are supposed to be the Islamist fundamentalists that are quite literally presented as the
he believed a chatter. A chatter told him that HTS said they don't support Gaza. That's where this came from. And it's so fun. The more you read about HTS, the more you realize just how unbelievably insane that claim is. So just for context, not only did HTS back October 7th, they supported it. Jelani supports it. They also mourned when Sinwar died. I think they mourned when Hania died as well. And by the way, Hamas acknowledges this. This is from Al-Quds. This is then on October 13th in Idlib, the protests, which was HTS controlled, of people coming out in support of Gaza and slamming Assad for bombing them instead of bombing Israel. It's like no one disagrees with this, that these guys have nothing, they have no love for Israel. Why is he called Jelani? Because his parents were kicked out of the Golan Heights. That's his pseudonym. Golan. This is a memory soying out over the fact that they were fundraising for Gaza on October 30th last year. Their Ministry of Endowment and Guidance held a fundraiser called Gaza and Idlib One Wound under HTS rule. And this, by the way, they're using this, the Syrian government, the Syrian Salvation Government in Idlib. Yeah, they're connected to HTS. When they talk about HTS and their institution building, it's them integrating themselves in with the Salvation Government. They released a Hamas fighter, a fairly high-profile Al-Qassam leader from Sidnaya, and Hamas themselves praised the takeover because most Palestinians don't like Assad. Did Israel tell them to do this as well? Stand firmly with the Syrian people. They know who's in charge. They know who took over. It's not like they're just guessing. They know who they're talking to when they say this. It's like everyone consents. Israel consents. Analysts consent. Hamas consents. The only person who doesn't consent to this claim is Hassan. And that guy in chat who told him that the HTS doesn't support Gaza. Unbelievable. But I guess we need to zoom back, what, 13 years ago? No, 10 years ago to this video to get otherwise.
Why didn't Al Qaeda link jihadist groups in Syria fight against Israel?
Hello, Anna.
Hello. I'm not going to be long, but I need to vent. And I need to use you as a, as a tool to listen to my venting. Hello, everyone.
Oh, tool, okay.
Oh, damn! I forgot that it's it's not a good. It's not how we use it. But you shouldn't call people tools. Yeah, it means you're dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I swear.
Off to a shaky start, but carry on.
I'm sorry. I swear. Anyhow, I am so annoyed. I have been like when the whole thing started happening in Syria, the advancement of them against Assad and everything. I was like hyped. Obviously, everyone is supportive here of that, and I had like little celebration with the Syrian friends as well, who have been living in Ukraine for a long time, and it's just was very kind of like cool. And then I started looking at Twitter, which is my mistake, I suppose. And I cannot express to you just how annoying I find that all the watermelon gang, all the Hamas simps, all of that were like so angry when people called Hamas terrorists or Hezbollah terrorists. And they were like, it's Islamophobic, it's racist, it's this and that. And all of those people just call all Syrian forces against Assad terrorists and ISIS now.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with these people? They have like no principles whatsoever.
No, they have a principle. Their principle is American imperialism is bad, and anything we can connect to American imperialism is bad. And anyone that does anything, no matter how horrible, in the name of opposing American imperialism, we support. That's it. It's because Iran supported Assad. Iran supports the Axis, and Iran's big thing is to go against Israel. And you can't support Assad, because he is easily the meanest, baddest, most shitty dictator of probably the last century in the Middle East. So
unironically,
you just have to do the kind of roundabout thing. Like, I don't even know if Hassan's aware that he's doing it. It's just that he's in these spheres, and this is where he gets these talking points from. Yeah.
I haven't listened the entire thing yet. I just get frustrated with your debate sort of with that 19-year-old Hassan fan. I haven't finished that. But it's so unbelievably fucking evil. It's just how they call all Ukrainians Nazis.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the exact same thing, but just it's more hypocritical because there's also fucking brown people. Okay, we are too white for them to support. I understand, but Syrians are not. And you'd think they would be like, but no, they even do some softcore or hardcore simping for Assad, which is it's just mind-boggling. I cannot. It's just Have you seen his fucking garage with all the cars in it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Was that fighting imperialism with luxury cars? That was what he was doing.
Fighting imperialism, fighting terrorism, and defending minorities. That's everything Assad did. It was all for that.
I just mind-boggling, honestly. Like I know it might sound weird, considering you can probably imagine I fucking hate Putin, obviously, and but I can even understand some people being like misguided for some reason and like it maybe being more like tolerant of Putin, but being tolerant or supportive of Assad is it's the Assad test. You need to do the Assad test on people, because if they like somehow try to his own people too, not like other people even, but his own people, gassed, fucking chemical shit, mass execution,
committed genocide in Gaza and slaughtered thousands in Lebanon.
Oh my god, like children in fucking jails, born out of rape of the women that were there. Fuck me, dude. It's just the worst thing. I don't even know what's worse than that. It's I don't know.
What? It's actually I've kind of noticed now that I said this, that if you're far left and you're on the whole like pro-Axis bandwagon, you are going to find this current, like the last 10 days, kind of difficult, because you are juggling the fact that half of your audience is like normal and hates Assad because you're supposed to, but also the other half are more ideological and they're pro or at least sympathetic to Assad. So even here in Hassan's chat, you've got someone like, as a Syrian, I agree with you. I'm concerned. I am pro-government. And so many people are faking their happiness out of pure fear. Yeah, like he has Assadists in his community. So he's got to but he can't say anything nice about Assad because that's just suicide. Yeah, difficult. They're in a hard space.
So the way is then to do this sort of like, you can't really say he's based, obviously, because that's absolute, like, I don't know, it's like lunacy of Syrian girl variety. You can't really do it. But you can then say he's bad, of course, but he's not as bad as like Western media paint him or something. which to me is just so wild because Western media literally didn't give a fuck
Yeah, but that's
about
how
Syria.
you know that all of the emotional outrage that these guys have had towards Israel and Gaza for the last year is all like fake. It's selective, completely
Yes,
selective. Because how can you go through that and just be so tepid and lackluster about Assad, who has murdered easily more fucking people than have died in the entire Israel-Palestine conflict combined for 100 years? Obviously,
yes.
as soon as your outrage is selective, it's not outrage anymore. It's like if your moral outrage is selective, it's not moral, right? So,
Yes, it's just so blatant. Like it was blatant with us. Obviously, I was mad at that, at the hypocrisy and everyone about Ukraine, for example. Never heard a single leftist talk about how many children Russians stole,
mhm.
which is recognized, as by international courts of human rights and everything as like one of the worst war crimes possible, and it's a crime against humanity. I think even it kind of like applies to like all sorts of things. I actually I didn't even know, by the way, it was new information recently that it was solicited as well by Putin himself. So his planes of his company was used to transfer children, and he authorized
Oh,
the name change as well. So changing their names to cut off their connection to Ukraine, essentially, and to
mm,
their families, and it makes them extra difficult to
yeah,
find. So all of that, nobody spoke about it. Obviously, they all underplay like Mariupol and everything that happened there, and the all everything. Like I never heard. I don't even see media in the West talk about the human safari thing in Kherson, which is them hunting civilians with drones,
oh,
which they do every day. We have like footage, literally almost every day, of them themselves, Russians themselves, film it, and they just drop bombs, don't like grenades from drones on just regular ass people, like dressed as regular ass people near the shops, out of their cars, on the bikes. They just hunt them and they just drop grenades at them. And
wow.
we have like hours of footage of this. This is like the most blatant targeting of civilians filmed by the perpetrators themselves you can find. And it has been happening since like early September. And only now Financial Times did coverage of it. First Legacy Media, I think, that did.
Hmm.
Yes, and we are privileged, okay? We are privileged and so very loved
Yeah, you guys
because we
don't
are
get
blonde and blue-eyed.
you guys don't get 20 breadsheet videos, unfortunately. Sorry.
Fuck that shit. But I forget. I forgive all of that. Okay, we're white. We don't like their brains cannot comprehend that it's not about like race. It's not about the white people against brown people. That there are plenty of situations where it's not doesn't apply. That racial component doesn't apply at all in either Bosnia or like Croatia, Serbia. It doesn't apply with Russia, Ukraine. It's
Hmm.
just I understand all of that, obviously, right? But with Syrians, it just triggers the fuck out of me. I will admit, because it just showcases their fucking lies so very well. Because Syrians are very brown, and it's. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed.
Wow.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Yeah. I just wanted to vent.
No, that's okay.
Nothing much.
You did well on Pierce Morgan. Thought that was a good appearance.
Oh, thank you so much. I was kind of like, waiting for my friendos to see it and to, not only friendos, apparently. Like, I got a lot of like messages from other journalists as well who didn't know me, saying that it was very cool. And, a lot of Ukrainians super happy because not Ukrainians don't appear on those shows,
Hmm.
ever. So they were like, "Wow, actually, an actual Ukrainian was invited," which is kind of funny that it was me. But yeah,
It was
Horton guy though,
pretty cool
man.
having the NATO guy on, though. Yeah, he was really good.
Oh, General Clark, yes, I was simping so hard. You can actually see it. I was trying to control my face, but it didn't work. I was just, oh my god, I'm going to fucking cry right now. Not only because he said everything he said was based, but
Hmm.
also he talked so respectfully. Like, did you notice like about the agency of the people like in Bulgaria, in Romania, countries that want to join NATO because they're like afraid of Russia and everything? And he actually visited like Maidan and everything. And it's just not only was he spitting facts, but he was also like talking with such a respect for Westerner and especially Americans. I almost never hear this. So I was like very moved by what he said.
Oh, we all
As
were.
cringe as
We
that
were
is.
all soying out. Yeah. Especially, I think like
Yes,
it's knowing
going out.
knowing your audience as well. Like, so for someone like Piers Morgan, the way to get him past all of this. Oh, but what about Ukraine fighting an unwinnable war? Like, well, yeah. Who else fought an unwinnable war? Churchill, right? He stood alone for like he waited for a whole fucking year and a bit for America to join in, right? Yeah,
Yep.
and obviously, if you bring that up to Pierce, which I think that NATO guy did, Pierce suddenly realizes because he's a big Churchill simp. Yeah, like knowing
Oh,
your
I should
audience.
have done
Yeah.
it. I didn't know about his Churchill simping. So I mean, I also simp for that in a way, not for Churchill overall, but for the resilience and for decision to not roll over and
Oh,
give up and just try and fight and everything. So
if you're gonna
you
get one
could
thing
make
right,
that.
it's probably that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things. I was like nervous a little bit, but then that Horton dude, he just filled me with righteous rage, and I wasn't really nervous anymore. So
Yeah, Pierce is doing
props
this
to
thing now
him.
where his panels are really biased. I don't know if it's just because he has a kind of like a sympathy, like a soft spot
Mother?
for weird fucking Trump supporting populists, but yeah,
Yeah,
that like
maybe
fucking
that. Yeah.
Dr. Frankenstein guy was really
No,
cringe.
yeah. Oh, that's funny. I actually kind of like I'm upset because I'm supposed to be an Eastern European vampire, and he was looking much more like a
Yeah.
undead than I was. So it's he was trying to beat me clearly. Yeah, but that was like just a Russian megaphone. I was like a little bit surprised because he was doing like a speed run. He was like throwing every sentence was lies and Russian propaganda, and then he got his temper tantrum when I called him out on it, which was
Yeah.
also very funny. Yeah, he's also, by the way, I made it like kind of like an assumption that he is doing Russian propaganda, obviously because of what he says. But then I was like, hope they pay you. I didn't say that he is paid. I said I hope. But now
Mhm.
I'm pretty certain that he is paid actually because I did some digging into him afterwards.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
his wife is actually a Russian lady from Odessa in Ukraine. So she's like a Vatnik Russian from Ukraine, and she moved to United States a long time ago, like pretty, I think, pretty early in her life. And she then started trying to do poetry there, like being a poet essentially, but it wouldn't work out that well for her. So she then started doing quote unquote investigations into how evil and corrupt America is and how CIA is bad.
Wow.
So basically like Glenn Greenwald type of thing. And she also is friends with them and Scott Ritter.
I think if you're friends with Scott Ritter,
Fucking
then that's probably the biggest red flag. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott fucking Ritter, and yeah, also the RFK Jr. dude there took like pictures with that with Scott Ritter, and she knows him as well. She worked with him on something on some publications, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean that's his wife. So I'm gonna assume, okay, that they hang out in the same circles. So yes, yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
Okay.
that's it pretty much.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Well, it'd be interesting
are
if
you
you had more
covering
of
Syrian
a.
stuff?
Uh, Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Also, Hassan being
Mhm.
cringe, and then we're probably going to watch the Pierce episode on it because that's always where you get the best discourse. Um,
Yeah.
I thought it would have been cool if you got more of a conversation with Jenk because he's kind of like he's not really like a Russian simp, but he's also
Oh no,
populist
no, no,
enough
he's
that he,
not. Yeah,
yeah, but he's also populist enough that he
he's
just
an
says like some of those points. But yeah, that might be.
he's very annoying, but I don't think I don't get a vibe of him being a Russia paid, or I don't even get the vibe of him being like an evil cunt, like
Hmm.
at all. So, for example, I was kind of even surprised that he brought up children, which is something that people don't really bring up at all. Like he brought up the abduction of children, and he also bring up the fact that. If you get Putin, allow Putin to get away with it, then what stops him from attacking other countries? That was pretty solid from him, and yeah, I expected to argue with him, but he was like the least cringe person on that panel until General appeared.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, that was a surprise. But he's anti-aid to Ukraine. So in the end of the day, he's still, sort of like a hurdle, an obstacle. But he's not, doesn't seem like an evil pro-Russian cunt to me, at least.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I could talk with him, I suppose, at some point, maybe, but it was very strange because when they were announcing people, they were like, "This like is the Young Turks, guy who created this network. He's like a president in the president, I think, or something." And then there was like this president of the Libertarian Institute, something something, wrote a book, and this guy, and then this guy killed Osama bin Laden or some shit, like, and here's a random ass Ukraine.
Yeah.
It was a little bit awkward though, but I'm grateful they had me, and I even asked them. I was like, "Are you okay with me being just a regular ass person?" And they were like, "Yes, 100%. Like, there's no problem with that." That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I'll leave you to it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you take care, all right?
Yeah, gonna go suffer through that debate while I'm eating.
Well, have fun, all right?
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I noticed someone in this chat saying that that ISIS apologized for attacking Israel. Do people really still make this talking point? Do you know what I think it's 2017 after the first attack on Israel. What have they done since then? They've attacked Israel. There were two attacks in Beersheba and Hadera that ISIS claimed responsibility for in 2022. I'm pretty sure since then they've attacked Israeli embassies around the world. The reason you don't get that many ISIS attacks in Israel-Palestine is because if you want to fight with Israel, there are already well-established groups that you can go to. You can go to Hamas, PIJ, PFLP, Saladin Brigade, Al-Aqsa Martyrs. You've got so many options. But people still think that ISIS and Israel are like in cahoots because of this one. Oh, it's like Alex Jones. It's just left-wing Alex Jones. Ugh.
Al-Qaeda-linked jihadist groups in Syria fight against Israel as it committed genocide in Gaza and slaughtered thousands in Lebanon because Israel armed and supported them. Don't believe it?
Why didn't Al-Qaeda linked to jihadist groups fight against Israel? That's a really good question. Why did they fight with Assad before fighting with Israel? Is it potentially because they were... I don't know if you know about this region, Bub. This is regime-controlled territory at the border with Israel. Miles and miles and miles and miles and miles away from the jihadis, you call them, of up here. What? You kind of have to get to Damascus before you get to Jerusalem, pal. I love it. He always does this. Hassan always, he can't respond to me without using someone else. He needs someone else to do the responses for him. Every time.
But here's the former head Mossad Ephraim Halevi admitting it.
There have been reports that Israel's been treating wounded Syrian rebel fighters in its hospitals on the border, including fighters from Nusra Front, which is, of course, the al-Qaeda proxy in Syria. Do those reports worry you that Israel's helping wounded al-Qaeda-aligned fighters?
Yep. You know what they should do? If a bunch of wounded people come towards the border because they can't get any other help, if they start coming towards the border, and you don't know, a lot of them are, women and children as well. I think 1,300 out of those 5,000 people who were treated were children, and some of the men were civilians. What you should do is just let them die if you're Israel. That would be more chill, apparently. What? Okay. How is that collaboration?
As I said before, in a different context, it's always useful also to deal with your enemies in a humane way. And I think that when you have people who are wounded and you can deal with them in a humane way, the considerations as to whether to take them in are not simply whether it's politically useful or whether it's politically
So it's purely humanitarian, you say? So there's no tactical or political strategic...
Why do people who say do your research don't understand that, maybe they should do their own research
How is this proving your claim, Hassan? This has nothing to do with collaboration. Do you think they should have just left them to die? Wounded people coming up to the border for help. I know why. It's like Hassan can't fathom the idea of any humanitarian operation coming from Israel. They can't. That's inconceivable. The rebels in Syria were not at war with Israel at the time. in the south, quite a lot of them would have been Druze. Others would have been secular. They were fighting with Assad. They weren't fighting with Israel.
Sometimes. Like, I mean, this is just one guy, but we've covered this extensively. Yeah, Vice did a documentary
deep dived into it
on it. Syrian fighters rescued by the IDF, the war next door. Thank you, Elent News.
Like, he's just getting all his talking points from his chat. This is collaboration, is it? This group isn't even HTS. HTS wasn't even formed here. And they were up in the north. They were in Idlib. That's like saying you can't fathom the Nazis doing anything humanitarian. I don't even know what kind of logical fallacy that that becomes. What? So all this operation again, this was all of this to you was a plan to get a bunch of jihadists 10 years later collaborating with Israel. What was it? This operation wasn't just helping people who came to the border, though. It was also humanitarian aid across, because people in a lot of these border communities couldn't get any aid because Assad was blocking them all from aid. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Operation Good Neighbor, they sent food and shit as well. And the people they helped here, some of them, a completely unspecified number of people were al-Nusra. Other ones would have been secular rebels, others would have been Druze rebels, others would have been women and children, others would have been male civilians. Yeah, the bakery. This website apparently gives you a rabbi automated. Okay. This is the terrorist collaboration bakery. I love it how the people are gone so quickly to just pay. Like, how Syria is such a diverse country. Its war is really complex. Its factions are really complex. But suddenly, this Ottoman colonizer has just decided to paint them all as Al-Qaeda ISIS and in collaboration with Israel. Like, nothing actually internally that's interesting about Syria is coming up at all in this, is it? Maybe in the next 5 minutes.
I just...
Oh, he's so sad.
Bonerbox literally said he doesn't...
He still hasn't watched the clip.
Research a few days before he talks about the issues.
Base, that's exactly
I don't know
what
why.
I do. Apparently it gets you, that's all you need to get a leg up on this fucking idiot. Okay.
I don't know why these guys like don't read up. Look, I'll say this.
What do you mean read up? You've been sent clips from your chat, Hassan. You're gathering clips from Twitter. What do you mean read up? Twitter.
Hate on me all you want, okay? But if you're a political commentator and your North Star basically is just shitting on me, you do end up misinforming your audience quite a bit. And I know that like there is a lot of, there's a market for this kind of commentary.
Yeah, there is, because you're turning the youths into dribbling morons who are watching the worst dictator in the Middle East of the last century, even probably more. I don't even know how far back you have to go to get someone as bad as Assad. And they're just like, they support Israel. The rebels support Israel. And, like, come on! Al-Qaeda, ISIS.
If your goal is to at least like do better propaganda or to a certain degree educate your to educate your followers, you're going to end up, you are going to unfortunately end up causing them to be misinformed. Hold on.
True. I didn't say there's no tactical. I said the main consideration, the immediate consideration is humane.
But the tactical issues involved, I mean,
I know, right? If it weren't for me, okay, you guys would know the truth, which is that the leader of HTS doesn't support Gaza and is collaborating with Israel. If it weren't for me, you guys would know the truth. Because what? Because Israel gave medical aid to 5,000 people 10 years ago.
know better than me the phrase blowback. You don't think there's going to be blowback against Israel if you get into bed with a group like Nusra Front?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be blowback.
Why?
Because I think that, unfortunately, the rules of the game in Syria are such that you can do anything that is not possible to be done anywhere else.
Yeah, I think people said that in Afghanistan too. Would you also treat Hezbollah fighters?
Mehdi was always like this, I guess. Is he going to compare it to Hezbollah fighters?
Yeah, I think people said that in Afghanistan too. Would you also treat Hezbollah fighters?
No, I would not treat.
Can someone, okay, if I want to educate my audience, okay, here's the challenge. Why is Hezbollah a bad comparison to the people who were being treated in the south of Syria? Anyone? Someone can guess, right? In 2013, I believe it was, 2013, 14, 15, why would it be okay for Israel, or understandable for Israel, to treat people at the border there, but not the south? Not all people in the south were fighters? No, it's not just that. He should have said, I don't have an issue with him, Hezbollah. Yeah, they're not trying to kill them. Hezbollah is directly at war with Israel. That's their entire mission statement. The rebels who Israel were treating, maybe some of, I don't even know if it's confirmed that any of them were al-Nusra. We're just assuming that. Assuming they were. They weren't fighting with Israel. They were fighting with Assad. Why are they acting like it's so shocking that, I'm sorry, was this collaboration as well? Was it collaboration when Israel treated Sinwar? Saved his life? Was that collaboration? Okay.
Have you not just contradicted what you told me 60 seconds ago about humanely treating your enemies?
No. I think as far as Hezbollah fighters are concerned, with them we have a different account.
So let me be clear, you're happy to treat Al-Qaeda fighters, but not Hezbollah fighters?
We have a different account with Hezbollah, a totally different account. Because Hezbollah has carried out the type of actions against us which preclude us from going into what the Al-Qaeda has done. Al-Qaeda, to the best of my recollection, has up to now not attacked Israel.
Yeah, I mean, that's like...
Yeah, That's like completely logical then.
To me, I feel like is interesting, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? How do I? Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend is the attitude here, which is why I think it's like really weird that these guys.
Okay, he's given me nothing so far to prove that Jelani and HTS don't support Gaza, and definitely nothing to prove that they're coordinating with Israel. But we've got like a minute and a half left.
Okay. Don't know that.
He's gonna drop the bombshell.
Are like openly posturing as though the people, my naysayers in this circumstance, are openly posturing as though they are as though I'm wrong.
Yep. Yeah, you are. He hasn't even watched the clip. How the fuck do you even know what you're wrong about or not? Does this chat even remember what he's responding to at this point?
Like, very weird.
Very weird.
He won't respond to this. He's only interested in picking off the worst opinions and trying to dunk on those. So Israel treating 5,000 people, including civilians, some of whom were FSA fighters in a period before HTS was even formed, is supposed to be evidence of Israel coordinating with HTS 10 years later. Come back when you learn that not all Arabs are the same, Lamau.
Damn.
Yeah.
True.
I don't think all Arabs are the same.
Come on, respond to this one yourself, Hassan. Don't get someone else to bring up a tweet or someone to send you a link. Just use your own wits, okay? Come on, one chance. You've got this, okay? You know, you're a big guy. You've worn the turtleneck and gone to Cambridge. Come on. You can do this one all by yourself, Hassan. I believe in you, okay?
All Arabs are the same, Lamau? Yeah, I don't think all Arabs are the same.
He's going to do it. Okay? He believes himself.
That's precisely why I'm saying groups like al-Nusra are different. You know, groups that are directly Salafist, engaged in global jihad, engaged in ethnic cleansing, regardless of their change of attitude against other parts of the movement, like Al-Qaeda, that still doesn't, you know, that still...
Okay, so he acknowledges there have been changes. Okay. And what does it have? What are their stance on Israel? Is that going to come up? Because they still really hate Israel. They still love Hamas, and they still cried when Sinwar died.
This still doesn't change this outcome.
I don't think. What outcome? What are we... Okay. He did that by himself.
Not sure if this dude is ignorant. I blocked him either way, but outside of al-Jilani saying Israel is not our enemy, and outside of Israel working with al-Nusra against Hezbollah, Netanyahu himself claimed responsibility for Jilani's success today.
Al-Jilani, why is he's getting tweets to help him, and every tweet has a piece of disinfo in it. Al-Jilani never said Israel is not our enemy. He has never said that. If he said that, he'd probably get lynched, okay? The reason people are saying this is because of this stupid... Is it this one? It's this one. People are sharing this article from an anonymous secular rebel commander who is not part of HTS. It's like in his 60s, saying he's okay with Israel. And people are using this one. They're using, we're open to friendship with everyone, including Israel. And the picture of Jilani below, people are sharing this. Like they're just screen grabbing this and being like, look, Jilani's okay with Israel. Even though this photo has nothing to do with the interview. The person being interviewed here is not part of HTS. Doesn't share the same ideology as HTS. And is not a leader. They're a commander. Right? Okay.
Our enemy, and outside of Israel working with al-Nusra against Hezbollah, Netanyahu himself claimed responsibility for Jilani's success today. Yeah. That's the other side of this equation, which is like, is that like Israel's taking credit for it.
Israel said that they helped to topple Assad, but it wasn't planned. Wasn't planned. Why? Yeah, because Israel is an enemy of Hezbollah, and they attacked Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is also a big friend of Assad. Is that coordination? The fact that that Hezbollah decided to make enemies all over the region? Even Hassan knows that everyone in the region hates Hezbollah. Of course people are going to fight them. Doesn't mean they're friends. This is the other thing where like one Israeli person says something, like a minister, or then they'll just say the entire country has this statement. But with Netanyahu, he also said that there was risk in Assad's absence. He said it was fraught with significant dangers. Why do you think they've bombed 300 targets in Syria? As soon as HTS had the chance of getting a hold of them. This is coordination with HTS, bombing every fucking weapon they can get a hold of from the Assad regime, capturing territory past the buffer zone.
And they're saying because
by the way, he's doing this segment that he's doing was from yesterday. He's saying all this whilst Israel is bombing the shit out of Syria, right? Whilst they're bombing rebel occupied territory. To get rid of weapons, and he's still doubling down on this.
You know, because we destroyed. Hold on, I got to keep running this video real quick and try to figure out my dad's that is created as a villain in American society in an effort to justify American military action. Creates
Does that get clipped out there?
That exact same resentment towards those who are wait a minute, I want to see like a different perspective here. Like, why is Russia behaving this way? That's it. I mean, think about it. Think about how much people fucking go crazy over my analysis. Not even justification, but my analysis over how like these non-state actors that are consistently resisting against American imperialism, both throughout history and certainly currently against Israel, like how they are viewed and how people view.
What a strange, what a strange segment. It's also, I know other people are saying where Israeli ministers will say different things, but then people will just cherry pick one of them and say that this is Israel's position. Like, so I think Gallant said that the fall of Assad regime was good for Israel. Even he says, despite risks. Okay, so yeah, this is one defense minister who's saying basically, yeah, this is all right, big deal. They're saying this suggests mostly positive, but then another former defense minister said that it could lead to nuclear breakout, like former defense minister Benny Gantz. So yeah, Israelis have different opinions on this because it's a very unprecedented situation. The Assad regime is 50 years old, more than 50 years old. So of course, Israel, which borders Syria, is going to have a few fucking complications, given that Assad hates Israel and the people who are overthrowing Assad also hates Israel. So, okay, well done, Hassan. He, you know what? I'm proud. He took at least one pop at responding to me without someone helping him on Twitter or chat. Not really sure what point he was making, but cringe. Okay. What are you sending me? Oh, it's not to me. Okay. There were certainly some words that were said. True. Why are there so many people in my... Hello, Mr. Comrade.
Hey. Have you been covering Syria yet? I just hopped in.
No, we're probably going to talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the situation with the Kurds in Turkey because, like, it's kind of disgusting, honestly, how little coverage it's getting in the Syria coverage. Like, everyone's like focused on Damascus and like the rebels and stuff. And don't get me, obviously, is important, but like the Turkish Air Force has killed like nearly 50 Kurdish civilians in the past fucking 24 hours, and SNA fighters in Manbij have posted videos of themselves killing an entire hospital full of patients, and like no one's talking about it. It's just kind of insane to me.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not good. I don't know. I guess like obviously people are a lot more interested in what Israel's doing in the south, which is still like I think both sides should go. But yeah, the Turkey thing is just like you're never gonna like what faction of like the thing I've learned over this conflict in particular is that it's never the proportion of human suffering or the like level of moral clarity that gets people to make these decisions on what they cover. It's always just what's more interesting as a story to different political ideologies, right? So obviously if you're far left,
100%.
when Israel does it, that's we care a lot, okay? When Turkey does it, well, Turkey, what the fuck? Turkey, Kurds, like what is that? What's that got to do with Western imperialism or Jews or fucking colonizers?
Yeah, it's always been the case, man. But like, so just to catch up on what happened, obviously since the HTS started their offensive, the SNA has been trying to take Manbij, which was a city held west of the Euphrates by the SDF for 8 years when they liberated it from ISIS. And they've been trying to attack it. And basically, when Damascus fell, Turkey basically just turned all their attention on Manbij. And because it's across the river from the rest of Rojava, and there's only one bridge connecting it, the Turks obviously started bombing the bridge. So last night, the SDF, in a decision to basically not get completely cut off, left Manbij, and yes, the names moved in, and they've posted like dozens of videos of them just going around massacring people, looting homes. This is what their own guys are posting. Like, I dread to think what they're not posting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now the Turks are bombing Kobani, which is a Kurdish city on the border with Turkey, where like that's basically where like the YPG became like an internationally known name because the city was completely besieged on all sides by ISIS, and the YPG with some Western help basically broke the back of ISIS's military, and like it was basically all downhill from there from ISIS when they lost that battle. And it looks like the Turks might even try and invade across their own border to take it. And if that happens, we're going to see the worst ethnic cleansing of Kurds that we've seen in probably decades.
Yeah.
And of course, the US, in the US, they've not lifted a fucking finger, obviously.
The US hasn't lifted it. Yeah, okay, yeah. NATO ally.
The US literally was pressuring the SDF to leave Manbij for Turkey's sake, for fuck's sake. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, I've seen a lot of the journalists in Rojava and even fighters that I know that are there message me saying like, yeah, like the administration in Rojava is getting increasingly pissed off with the US, and there's rumors that if this carries on and they don't stop Turkey, they're just going to kick them out of Rojava because they're not doing anything at this point. Because like the US expects the SDF to hold all that territory in the east, fight ISIS in the insurgency, keep these massive prisons full of ISIS fighters safe and stop outbreaks. And then they've also got refugee camps full of ISIS fighters' wives and children that no one in the region wants to let back into their own communities, so they're kind of just stuck there. And half of the people in places like Al-Hol, the camp, half of them aren't even Syrian nationals, and governments are refusing to take their citizens back. Like, you remember Shamima Begum?
Yep.
Yeah, she's in Al-Hol, and instead of the UK taking responsibility and carrying their fucking side of the burden for looking after all these people, they got rid of her citizenship, so she's stuck there.
Yeah.
And like the Rojava administration has been begging for years for these countries to just take their citizens back. And it got to the point where a couple of years ago, they literally said to the UN that they will build an international court on their own land to try all these people to see if they've committed crimes. And basically the UN said, because you're not a state, we can't let that happen. So like, I don't know, man. I'm just raging at the minute. I can't lie. I'm just fucking fuming.
Yeah, and I don't think is there any prospect of Biden getting involved before he leaves office? He's got like 10 days, right?
Well, he hasn't done anything so far now, and I won't put him to. I won't fucking have any faith in him whatsoever. And then you've got Israel.
Has he done that in the past?
Yeah,
Does Biden put like does he help? Has America helped Kurds militarily against Turks before? Because I'd imagine NATO allies you wouldn't do that, but I don't know.
No, since Biden's been in office, he's refused. He hasn't given Turkey the green light to invade Rojava while he's been in office, but obviously that's probably out the window. And then you've got Bibi, the little fucking snake, doing that big speech he gave yesterday, and all these like the Israeli foreign minister saying, "Oh, we need to protect the Kurds" or whatever. And last night they blew up the only fucking airport in Rojava. Like, it's oh man, I can't lie, I'm just fucking raging, bro. And you know what it is as well, like a lot of the military guys that have been deployed there with the Kurds and that, they're like, there's a lot of them, because a lot of us are in like group chats and stuff, obviously. We've been pestering our fucking commanding officers to like ask what the fuck our policy is going to be in regards to Turkey, and we're just not getting an answer. So that's like really fucking our morale as well. So yeah, man, it's just a shit show.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's like a NATO ally doing this as well, right? Like,
yeah. So there's it's just nothing can be done apparently. Like everyone was like the Western world was like praising the Kurds and that when they defeated ISIS or whatever. But as soon as Turkey gets involved, like, oh, who are they? Kurds? I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
Like, it's just fucking infuriating, man. And then I can't lie, man. Some of the HTS fighters have been kind of going rogue in a few places, and Jelani needs to get a grip of that really quick before shit starts spiraling out of control.
What have the HTS fighters been doing?
I've seen a few videos of them murdering Alawites and stuff. It's like individual cases. It's not like a mass scale, but like he really needs to get a grip on that really quickly before shit gets really bad.
I mean, that was the whole point, right? Like the because I've been reading a lot about his whole like the institutions, that whole thing. But I guess the problem is that like they were very prepared to trying to like streamline the transition of government in places like Aleppo really, really quickly. But doing this whilst you've also got two countries attacking you is like it's a bit of pressure. I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully he just focuses, because I think as soon as he starts trying to respond to Israel, then that's probably
Yeah,
fucked. Yeah.
the Israel situation's fucked for Jelani because he's kind of fucked to figures and fucked to figures because like if he just leaves them, then he's gonna be seen as really weak and
Mhm.
like
Not just
he's just
weak.
letting. Yeah, he's
Not-
gonna
He's
be
gonna
seen as
he's
like
gonna be looked at as like what people were saying, an Israeli puppet. Like
Yeah.
fucking
yeah. And then, but if he attacks Israel, then Israel's just gonna, oh, okay, cool, let's go like full ham and just kill every HTS guy. So like he's in like a kind of impossible situation when it comes to Israel.
Yeah, no,
And
Israel is always this fucking stupid player who is impossible to deal with. You can't fucking deal with them in violence, but you also can't deal with them in diplomacy in this regard either. It's just like nothing he can do. Like he's fucked because of the diplomacy part, because people would see him as an Israeli fucking what's it called, puppet, and he can't deal in violence because Israel would fucking destroy him.
yeah, like it's actually so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And then like and also I'm kind of concerned about his government because if you've looked at the members of the transitional government, they're all from this Salvation government. Like there's
Yeah.
no one else from any other party, which is like
There's
concerning.
one thing about what you said about the HTS guys going rogue. I don't necessarily think his popularity would dwindle because these guys are going rogue. I think his popularity would dwindle if he doesn't hold them accountable, like these rogue.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. He needs to
Because,
get them in order.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to like stop these guys from going rogue. That's practically impossible. But like he needs to hold ones that do go rogue accountable, which would probably
Yeah.
like discourage others from going rogue.
Yeah. Definitely.
Something Israel doesn't do, by the way.
Is the Security
Yeah.
Council, have they had their meeting about this yet? Because they were going to have one, right?
I think it's today. I don't know if
Yeah.
they've had it yet. To be honest, I haven't paid attention to that so far. But yeah, man, I can't lie, man. Like it's obviously a really difficult situation, but like if things don't stabilize like quickly in like the next couple of weeks, like I think shit's gonna start just descending into like chaos because like with Turkey and then Israel and then all the foreign fighters and HTS and just everything, and then all the refugees coming back, and yeah, man, I can't lie, like. This needs to be handled extremely carefully, and I don't know, man. Yeah,
Yeah, like they
I
need
don't
to
want
like the thing is like I kind of know the only thing that'll probably help, and it's not going to happen, is that like they're going to need international like military along these borders, like between the two groups.
yeah, they're
Just
gonna need to do something. They're gonna need to have
But
like
they're
a
not gonna,
UN
yeah.
presence or
Yeah, not even
or
like a
something.
UN presence with fucking like Chapter 7 or something, like, right? So that is it Chapter 7? So that they can actually like stop
Fight
any
back,
fight.
yeah.
Yeah. Because as far as we know, I don't think that many. I think there was like a couple of Syrian rebels that were spotted near the buffer zone, but I don't think there's been any kind of like coordinated offensive on like the Golan Heights or anything like that. And the same with
Yeah, there definitely hasn't. Yeah, there definitely
and
hasn't.
and obviously the Turks are doing all this in the name of counterterrorism, right? To stop the PKK or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck they talk about. Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're just not
bro,
gonna.
I
They're just not
saw-
gonna do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, I saw a hilarious video from Turkish TV yesterday. They were interviewing a bunch of SNA fighters, and they were saying that they were liberating Manbij, and literally every single one of them had the black banner flag on their uniform.
Hmm.
And it's like, bro, like, come on, like, fuck me. But also, like, online right now, like, a lot of the pro-rebel media are just like spreading insane like propaganda about the SDF. Like I've already seen a tweet with 30,000 likes showing a video that is like two guys dressed up in uniforms with a YPG badge on, like torturing someone. But the video is 4 years old and was already debunked when it came out. Like, and it's got like 30,000 fucking likes and stuff. Like, it's just really bad, man. And then like, I still don't understand why the fuck this happened. But when the SDF took Deir ez-Zor, everything was pretty chill for the first few days. But then, like, there started being some sort of protests against the SDF in Deir ez-Zor city.
Yeah.
And, like, armed protesters started shooting, and obviously SDF started shooting back. But the SDF units that are in Deir ez-Zor is the Deir ez-Zor Military Council. They're all local Arabs from Deir ez-Zor. So, like, I don't see what the fuck the protest was even about. Like, it's just...
Do you think? I mean, I don't know if I've seen this, but it's like it's almost definitely the case that Russian disinfo is like getting fucking thrust into here right now to try and make this as like shit of a transition as possible. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Russian, Turkish disinfo has been going wild at the minute. But also, like, you got to remember, Deir ez-Zor has an extremely heavy ISIS and IRGC presence. Like, before this offensive, the IRGC basically ran Deir ez-Zor city. Like, it wasn't even the regime. Like, Deir ez-Zor city housed so many IRGC headquarters and warehouses and fighters and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of those guys are just going around causing mayhem. But yeah, man, I can't lie. I'm a bit doomer about the whole situation.
Okay, listen. It's not like so different. People are going to compare this to Iraq and Libya. Assad was overthrown by locals, okay?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
those locals, okay, I was reading about this, okay, about what people mean when they talk about Giuliani and his institutions, okay? And it's like, it's a lot, it's so much more elaborative than I ever expected it to be. So like basically for the last fucking 4 years in this tiny area in the Idlib governorate, they have basically been integrating themselves with, like you said, the Syrian Salvation Government. And that has involved things like economic projects, like they've established committees for building roads and connecting different towns and making smaller communities more self-sufficient by providing water to them. The Emergency Response Committee was kind of part of how this offensive went so quickly, right? Because they were established for COVID, then they were used for an earthquake in 2023, and now when they took over Aleppo, they were used to mobilize fucking bakeries to get them
exactly. Yeah, like they
making
run
food to bring over to Aleppo
service
from Idlib and like paying for it with the finance ministry and everything. Like
like Jelani's basically been like run, and the SSG, the Syrian Salvation Government, has basically like been running a city state for the past 4 years. Like, so like they're definitely competent governors, like statesmanship wise.
They have a foundation for cleaning up rubble because they had a fucking committee set up for preparing tents and refugee areas because they knew that regime bombings would displace people. Fuck yeah, and the drones.
Yeah.
You know the cards, the Salvation Government Center for Safety and Defection, dropping those cards to people saying like if you want to defect, call these numbers. Yeah, it's like there's so much more already in place for this kind of transition than we had for Iraq and Libya. So I don't think it'll descend into that. But like obviously the thing that's not helping now is the fucking foreign shit, like with Israel and Turkey.
The foreign actors are by far the biggest problem. Like bar none. Like honestly, if the Turks and the Israelis weren't involved right now, things would be going so much better. Like. It's not even comparable, but like, yeah, man, like I'm not worried about the SSG's like ability to govern the state. Like they've proven they can do it. Like they ran a fucking bus service in Idlib for fuck's sake. Like, and they had like zoning laws and shit. Like they know what they're doing.
And they don't often. It's like even in Idlib and now in Damascus, it's like you can walk around those cities right now, and there's not that many troops walking around, is there? It's like they're all at checkpoints.
Yeah. There's not that many troops there today.
So it doesn't look like military rule, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of them fucked back off to like barracks and like headquarters and stuff yesterday in Damascus and stuff. But I think it was yesterday or the day before, there was a bunch of guys like roaming around Damascus, like robbing people's cars at gunpoint and stuff. But that's always going to happen when a government collapses. It's just inevitable. Like there's nothing you can really do to stop that type of like criminal behavior, especially considering how poor Syrians are. So that's kind of inevitable. But like comparing this to Iraq is just fucking. Oh wait, are we allowed to say the R word here?
Sure, why not? People get one
Yeah,
a
but
day.
yeah, yeah. Comparing this to Iraq, like people like Hassanov is fucking retarded. Like, bro, Iraq was a shit show because the US basically had no plan whatsoever. Like, they just got rid of every single person that had worked in the government and then basically installed a Shia government and put it in power. And the Shias, who had been oppressed brutally by Assad, who ran a Sunni government for decades, just basically saw it as their opportunity to take their revenge on all the Sunnis. So obviously it descended into absolute chaos. Like it was just brain dead planning from the Western side. And it's a similar situation in Libya. But even then though, like
Wait, did you make the comment
Iraq,
of wait, you were talking about Iraq there, right?
yeah.
So they got rid of Saddam and they would have put in a Sunni government, no? After the war.
No,
Am I wrong?
no, Shia. Saddam was
Okay.
Sunni. Saddam
Oh
was
yeah,
Sunni.
Saddam was Sunni over a Shia majority country. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
I brain farted there. Yeah,
But like,
I think you said
but
Assad.
even
I got
then, bro.
confused. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but even then, Iraq today, like, even though it's got its problems or whatever, it's not a like perfect country. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's a functioning fucking state. Like, and even in Libya, where it's worse, where the country is basically like there's basically two Libyas right now. Inside of those areas, it still functions. Like,
I have my 2 cents on this. I think if your country is worse than the West Bank, living situation wise, I don't consider you functioning.
wait, which country would you say is worse than the West Bank?
But I would say Libya is definitely worse. Iraq, maybe. I'm not sure. I
Oh,
think they
Iraq's
are worse.
definitely better than the West Bank.
It-
No, Iraq's definitely better than the West Bank.
You sure? I think Iraq might be worse than the West Bank.
In what ways, though?
Economically, at the very least.
Yeah, but true. But Israel's like one of the richest countries in the Middle East, so it
That
can
is true.
inject a lot of eco. Yeah,
Yeah, they have. That's also one of the things why, what's it called? Both Israel and like Palestinians both agreed to use the shekel because it enriches both. Like
Yeah,
all
exactly.
imports to Palestine enriches Israel, and what's it called? It's a very stable currency compared to like most other Arab countries.
Also, like, to be fair, Iraq has only had like what 5 years free of war in the past like almost 25 years.
Listen,
Like,
comrade, you just need to be a bigot like me and say it's because it's run by Shias, okay?
oh, true. But honestly, though, one of the massive problems of Iraq being like a stable country is Iran and the Shia and all the fucking militias they fund to fuck the country. Like, bro, it was only last year one of the IRGC militias in Iraq dropped a drone bomb on the president's fucking house, bro. Like,
What the fuck?
yeah, like they literally just got a fucking drone and dropped a like grenade in his front garden, like, and posted a video of it, like laughing. Like,
That reminds me of a show. I forgot which one. Fuck, there was like a show where they just like everything was going well, and then suddenly they just assassinate the fucking president.
yeah, but yeah,
I'm
man,
just
like,
saying, in terms of better areas than the West Bank, by the way, Idlib
Okay.
is probably better than Iraq and Libya combined. Just
Yeah, no,
saying
oh,
that
yeah,
area
yeah.
itself.
In my opinion, by the way, there's for one example, economically, West Bank is better than Egypt.
yeah, but to be honest, that's not surprising. Egypt is like a fucking, like, all of the Egyptian GDP basically goes to the military and the intelligence agency.
But it is also very hard to measure the West Bank as like an economic area because a lot of the fucking income for people is like working in Israel and then like spending in the West Bank, and the spending in the West Bank is infinitely cheaper for the fucking like the checks you get in Israel.
I mean,
Like,
I always thought
Yeah,
that was
so
like, I always thought there was like a basic understanding though, because when I was there, it was always like, "What's your biggest frustration?" and all that. Like, no one says economy; it's always the occupation, right? Like the humiliation, the
Yeah, yeah.
checkpoints, the soldiers. Yeah,
Here, do you know what's crazy to me? When all these like West Bank Palestinians come and work in proper Israel, and they're like 22, and they're like, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get him married next to." I'm like, "Do you have a house?" He's like, "No, I'm gonna buy one." It's like, "You're gonna buy one? Like, and how much does it cost?" And he's like, "Oh, it's like 80,000 to 120,000 shekels." I'm like, "Excuse me?" That's like
Jesus.
a
Like,
fucking.
bro,
That's like
bro,
my room alone costed me like 40 fucking thousand. Like what the?
bro.
Bro, I could buy a house in the
22-year-olds
West
in the
Bank
UK
right now.
can't
What the
even.
fuck?
Yeah, bro. 22-year-olds in the UK can't even buy houses, bro.
Yeah, no,
But,
no, no. You can easily buy a house in the West Bank. It's shit is like inexpensive there.
Based.
And yeah, and also it's because a lot of people want to just leave because of the occupation.
Yeah.
yeah, like, bro. The only reason I have accommodation is because I'm still in the military. And I basically get a free.
That's one
I
thing.
basically get a free flat.
That's one thing. That's actually someone said that's cheaper than a car. That is true. Cars in the West Bank are extra fucking expensive compared to Israel. Like they're more expensive in the West Bank than they are in Israel.
Why is that?
Because there's a double tax on them. Israel has to import them, and then they get taxed again for being sent into the West Bank.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Yeah, because
But,
Israel has to import them, and Israel pays the tax for them, and then like since they're paying the tax already, and it's not for their citizens, they tax it again because it goes into the West Bank.
Oh yeah, but yeah, like
That's one of the reasons you see like I'm talking about like maybe 70% or 80% of the cars in the West Bank are like old like 20-year-old fucking used cars because it's like super expensive. It's like more expensive than a house to buy a car.
Okay, let's hold on to Israel.
Jesus
Hang on.
Christ.
All right, so it looks like the Security Council were preparing a joint statement yesterday, 15 hours ago. The council seems more or less united about territorial integrity for Syria, protect civilians, ensure aid. That's even what the Russian ambassador said. Interesting. Fluid situation. No one expected the regime to fall this quickly, obviously. It's almost as if it should have taken longer to make this easier. Just about everyone spoke about the need for Syria's sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence to be respected, concerned about humanitarian. It honestly just depends on how much they're going to commit to it. This is like, yeah, you're going to make the guarantee, then what's going to guarantee the guarantee? Because
yeah,
hey,
Can't America? Oh fuck! If like Trump didn't win, they could have just told Israel to fuck off.
bro, I would put no faith in Biden to do that, bro. Oh, Kamala to do that, bro.
It's infinitely better than Trump, dude.
Yeah, it's better than Trump, but still, I wouldn't put.
Trump.
Yeah.
Trump would say, "Don't let those camel jockeys take that country. You can take it, Israel." Literally.
Oh yeah.
I would not put it past him to
Jeez.
say shit like this.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Also,
Don't get me wrong.
that was like super like ignorant stereotyping because I don't think Syrians even ride camels.
are
Yeah, I
these
don't think there's any camels in Syria.
are these areas that Israel is in that's past the buffer zone? Are these like towns?
Yeah,
Populated,
There's,
by the
some
way,
of them are,
they
yeah.
they issued an evacuation order in some of the towns they occupied. By the way,
Yeah.
by the way, some Israeli soldiers have posted videos of themselves just randomly shooting up houses and stuff already.
Of course they fucking did. Why wouldn't they fucking? Oh my god, I hate the IDF. I hate the IDF. I hate that.
Rima,
you know what's
Harna,
did you see their
Hassan.
statement on this thing? By the way, they
Well,
said
they
they're
said-
protecting the minorities.
Israel. Did.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Bro. Bro. I can't lie. The fact that like the Israeli foreign minister has been spamming on Twitter. We need to protect the Kurds. We need to protect the Kurds. And last night they literally blew up the only airport in Rojava.
Wait,
Like, fuck
aren't
yourself.
Kurds on the other side of the country?
Yeah. But Zionists always like to try and pit Kurds against Arabs and stuff.
No, I'll give you someone better. Zoom out on the map right now, Loner. You'll see they bombed the Kurds, they bombed the Alawites, and they bombed the Druze. They bombed every minority
Yeah.
in Syria.
Yeah. Equal opportunity bombing, man. It's DEI bombing.
There's no way they bombed every single minority and we're like, hey, we're
Absolutely, dude.
What are the targets here? So at Port of Latapia, Navy ships, naval vessels, Port of Latakia. I think this is a
There's
military
no-
site in Latakia City.
Are these?
There
all
were
the
casualties in Sueda.
Sueda.
Two Druze fellows got fucking killed. apparently.
Bro, and the thing is as well, what I really don't
There was people
understand
driving those
about
convoys as well, right? And I don't think they knew that they were transporting weapons. Someone just told them to go and transport these fucking trucks that they thought were full of food. Yeah.
But like the thing I really don't understand about blowing up the airport in Kamishlo is like it's not an air base. It's literally a civilian airport. Like, and they've just flattened it.
It's not.
Like,
It's a civilian airport, but there's like no military aircraft there, right?
yeah, there's nothing there. There hasn't been military aircraft there for years. Like, I doubt there was even any air defense systems there. I highly
It's
doubt
just to
that.
decommission the airport. That's about it.
Like, and when I say they flattened it, like like from the videos I've seen, it looks like literally every building on the airport is flattened.
There's no
Like, what
shot
the
they did that much damage.
Bro, there was massive. I saw the videos last night. It was massive explosions, bro. Like they flattened that shit. Like,
Why are
but I just don't see the point. Like, what the fuck are they even trying at this point? Like, it's just stupid.
So I'm guessing every single like bomb icon that's blue is Israeli, right? Or like not Dutch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the ones south of Deir ez-Zor, they're still on the map. That was the US bombing ISIS, but everything else is Israeli. Yeah.
Okay.
There were a lot
No,
more
they were
in
doing a
Sueda
lot.
yesterday, by the way.
Why are they
There were a
doing
lot
so
more
much?
yesterday.
There's pics on the map. Click on the north in the airport. Pictures on the map. What do you mean? Like there's links
If you
to.
go, if you click on the thing and it will link to a picture.
So military warehouse. Oh yeah, okay. This is the airport raid. No picture there. Here. This is the airport. Okay. That looks like a pretty fucking smacked up airport. Not gonna lie.
Holy shit! What the fuck? That's actually flattened.
Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating, bro. Like it's just gone.
There's no shot.
Hang on,
This
where's
is,
the-
I'm gonna say this is good. Like they took a picture to for propaganda. I'm sure there's like remnants of a building. Like there's no way.
Well, it was only a small airport, bro. It wasn't like a big airport. It was like pretty small.
What's small? Like the Norwich
This.
airport?
Oh, is this where this is where the Sky journalist was, right? Was this where the convoy was? Is that where we're talking
No,
about?
because the convoy was in
Damage
HTS
around.
controlled territory.
This is from
They
the
didn't
convoy,
blow
isn't it?
I don't
Are you
know.
sure?
They didn't. I
Around
really don't
Kamlishi.
think.
Let me
I
have a
don't
look.
think they blew up a. I don't think they blew up a convoy in Rojava because I would have seen that.
This is damage around Kamlishi International Airport. Yeah, I saw this. That there's an international reporter who went there.
I
Was it
must not have
Sky
seen it.
News? Kamishli Airport. Sorry, I'm saying that wrong. All right. Was it this? Was it this dude? What the fuck was that? Oh, this.
Breaking
Was it
news
this?
on
Shut up. What video was I watching
Casualty.
earlier today? I'm such an idiot. Okay.
Have you got
check
your
your
history?
history.
Yeah, you got your history on YouTube.
No, it was on my laptop. Israel, bomb. Syria. Is it convoy? It just looks similar. Like it might. Yeah, this is the guy. Is this out near the airport, or is this something else? Because it looks similar to that picture.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there's the pictures there and the targets. Okay.
Those strikes of
Yeah. It's
Syria
about the relocation. Okay.
base near the city of Homs was also targeted, and the
I'll share
northeast
I'll
of the
share screen. Hang on.
I'm looking at your stream.
country, the
That looks
Kamishli
fucked
air
up.
base was struck, as shown in the pictures that you've just seen.
They're calling it an airbase.
taken by Sky
I mean,
News'
it just
cameras.
wasn't an airbase. Like I don't know why they're lying about
I'm
it.
delighted to say
It
that
just-
we're
it-
joined
it
now
just
by
wasn't.
Alex Rossi from Kamishli in the northeast of Syria. Alex, how verifiable are some of these reports, of which, of course, some of them Sky News cameras have shown, but particularly the ground incursions and the tanks?
Well, I think it's very difficult to confirm any of them, but I think it shows how chaotic and fluid the situation is. Now, I have been told by security sources here that the strikes that we witnessed last night, we saw flashes of orange, large explosions on the horizon, and secondary explosions continued for at least 30 to 40 minutes, and we'll show you exactly the reason for that in a minute. But they say that those strikes were carried out by the Israelis, and this is what we saw last night. The Kamishli regime base is 2, possibly 3 kilometers in that direction. This is one of the main roads out, and a convoy carrying ammunition and weapons was struck, and it was struck repeatedly. If you look down here, there's more trucks past that. In the back of this truck, you can see the anti-tank mines. We, of course, saw all of them exploding. Now, on the floor, all around us is is unexploded ordnance and exploded ordnance, shell casings, mortars. Have a look down here. This is a rocket, a 107.
Yeah, 107
millimeter rocket.
But yeah, bro, like, it's actually insane that the foreign minister is like spamming on Twitter right now. The Israeli foreign minister, oh, we need to protect the Kurds. Like, bro, you just blew up their weapons and ammunition. What the fuck are you talking about?
When it was made, the date 2018. Interestingly, the writing, of course, is in
Was
English.
this against HTS then, or was it like against?
No, this is in Rojava.
SDF territory, yeah.
Oh yeah, they're just bombing. Like,
English.
aren't they just
Some of
bombing
the
every single
ammunition that we've
group?
seen is clearly
literally.
Soviet, but it's
Except
the
for the Turkish
ammunition we're
backed
seeing
one, by the
seems
way.
to have come
Well,
from
yeah,
all
they
sorts
can't
of
really
places. But this
bomb that
ammunition,
one, 'cause there's
we
Yeah, they're not going to
Probably
bomb
a lot.
Turkish
we
forces.
know
yeah, but-
was held at the regime base. Have a look down here, and you can see
That-
more.
What Sofer
more
said
stuff
does
is-
actually fucking annoy the shit out of me though. They are doing this doing this now and never against Assad.
God, bro, I can't lie. I'm just fucking fuming, bro. I can't lie. Fuck me.
Does this mean
Z, you-
does this mean Assad is the Israeli puppet? Does this mean
They've
Hassan
been,
is
they've been
Might
bombing
as well.
they've been bombing Syria like all fucking year, just like not
I
this
know,
much in
but
one
they're
day,
going
right?
for- Yeah, but they're going after like Iranian generals and like fucking shit. They're not going.
Didn't
like,
they
after,
bomb the airstrips after October 7th?
Yeah, but that's because that's how Iran was flying in equipment. That's
Yeah.
how they've always been bombing the airstrips.
Yeah, it was
But,
always targeting Iran. It wasn't never really targeting Assad.
Yeah. But Z, you seen what the SNA are doing in Manbij, right?
on, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
to
I've
this
seen
first.
the videos of the fucking. It's horrendous. Just straight up
What's
horrendous.
this? IDF soldiers shooting a building in Syria.
Because Syria's out of
Are
control.
they filming themselves doing this?
Yeah.
That's an Israeli uniform.
Yeah, it's an Israeli Negev
Yeah.
as well. That's an Israeli Negev machine gun. Fucking hell, he needs to take care of that weapon. It's jamming like a bitch. Bro. What the fuck is he
How
doing?
can it be 2 shots?
Jesus Christ, bro. He
Hey,
needs some
listen.
maintenance on that.
Listen, my
He's in
Tarkov knowledge tells me that gun is low durability. Okay.
What are they aiming for here? What are
Just,
they?
I don't know,
house.
like a house? Like, what the fuck, man?
Maybe he was
They
trying
seem to be doing a
Okay,
contest.
hold
Can't
on.
you like translate them?
No, I think I know what's happening here. He's only show it like he kept complaining about his weapon jamming and his superior officer wouldn't replace it. So now he's recording a video showing that it keeps jamming.
Learner Box
Alright.
verify videos before giving narratives about them. I'm not saying shit. I'm just saying, just look at he's firing at a building. Like, I have no idea what this building is or what it's being used for or who's in it, like, or if anyone's in it. Yeah, fuck.
And
I don't know if
also,
this guy's just
this
memeing.
But this isn't also a fucking new thing
Mortar.
of IDF soldiers just shooting at buildings. We've seen, remember the one that was congratulating Trump and shooting not a fucking machine gun, but a grenade launcher.
What did
Bro,
so,
yeah,
so
they were
Hebrew,
doing it-
where
they were
Hebrew,
doing
sorry,
it
wait,
in
what's the
Lebanon.
Hebrew speaker saying? Hang on, Hebrew speakers. Is one of them in the VC?
Can't you listen to Hebrew, Seb?
I can listen to Hebrew, but I'm not a good translator for Hebrew.
Someone's
it's-
here
wait,
has a
hold on.
hostage thing. Hang on, wait.
Let me hear. Let me.
Sunky, can you speak Hebrew?
Yo. I cannot speak Hebrew.
Are
Hold
you,
on, let
are
me
you one of
hear.
those? Damn, you got the
So
hostage
sorry.
ribbon on your name though.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I can speak Hebrew though.
Wow,
Okay,
I mean,
hold on.
what
you're
are
a
you talking
poser.
about?
Okay,
Play the
How-
video,
wow.
loner.
Send him to the
Unbelievable.
mines.
okay, hang on.
Just brought me in here. I was fucking listen to the guy talk about Pol Pot.
I don't understand what they were saying, but they were definitely talking Hebrew. Like it's definitely Hebrew.
Wow, thank you. How long have you been sitting on that information? Okay, good. Take
I-
one. We know they're speaking
hey,
Hebrew,
hey,
guys.
You got Yiddish?
Wait,
hold on,
wait.
You didn't even fucking.
Apparently, someone.
differentiate-
Okay, so apparently they're saying if someone gets out, don't shoot them. Only if he's verified armed. Okay.
Okay.
Oh wow.
But Lona, if you go on that account, like that Eunice account, I think he's got a bunch more videos of what the IDF's been doing in Syria. I'm pretty sure that's the account I was watching.
Okay. I want to finish the rest of this one.
Here that has
Also,
unexploded.
How the fuck would I know those words? It's all like
over
military
here.
words, Loner.
Just moving.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful because obviously some of this stuff is still effectively
Literally, I like how
live.
you were like, oh,
But
this
this
guy's
is,
got the ribbon. He's got to be Israeli.
Soviet.
Jew!
propelled
He
grenades.
He's got to be. He's got to
But
speak.
these
Loner
explosions will just
pointed
turn the
at you and
camera
shouted Jew.
around.
Yahud!
Also, watch my stream on Discord so you know that we're playing videos and pausing, okay?
And you can
Also,
see
this guy should really not be walking around all this UXO, by the way.
Yeah, he
Like,
said some of these are
holy shit.
unexploded. He's just fucking vibing with it. Like,
boy.
Listen, he's looking
surely
serious.
someone's given him the okay to do that, right? Like,
Now,
Those
interestingly,
face, I mean, come on.
some of the trucks, we'll show you this one. It's heading in this direction over here. And the truck that we showed you at the beginning when we started talking to you is heading in the other direction. Now, I've spoken
I
to
think
one
we
of
can probably confirm that Israel did not want HTS to take over Syria. That they were not really
Yeah, but-
wanted. Yeah, I think that
Yeah,
conspiracy theory is
definitely,
probably
definitely.
dead by now.
By the way, the SDF captured at least four that I've seen on video, anti-air defense systems from the Deir ez-Zor military base. And if Israel blows them up, I'm gonna actually lose my fucking mind, bro. I can't lie. Like, holy shit. Because the SDF needs air defense. Like, that is the one thing that they critically need. And if the Israelis, while they're like virtue signaling about protecting Kurds, blow up like some of their most important air defense they've ever had, bro, I'm gonna lose it. I'm actually gonna go
the
fucking
driver.
schizo.
I don't think they're gonna.
Who
actually
told me
go
that-
after air defense. I mean, they're
Aerial
not that
defense,
fucking
so-
stupid. I mean, aerial defense is gonna be completely different from like.
Yeah, but they've literally already blown up. They've literally already blown up this convoy on screen that was owned by the Kurds. Like, they weren't owned by HTS. So I don't put it past them. Also, they've already blown up air defense systems owned by HTS.
let's carry this on.
When he heard the first explosion, he got out of the truck. He headed. We're surrounded by open countryside here, fields. He ran into the fields and took cover. Now, he has told us that he was asked to move the ammunition by two men. He doesn't know who they were. He claims that he
The
was
reporter says this was a regime base. Did he say that? I don't hear him saying that.
Yeah, it was a captured
first
regime
explo-
base by the Kurds. Yeah, the Kurds captured it and wanted to get
Yeah, so it
rid
was
of
abandoned by
take
the
all their
regime. Okay,
ammunition.
yeah.
explosion.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
got out of the
I was
truck.
about to say,
He
the
headed.
regime
We're
doesn't
surrounded by open countryside here, fields. He ran into the fields and took cover. Now, he has told us that he was asked to move the ammunition by two men. He doesn't know who they were. He claims that he was told that these trucks were carrying, the word that he used was nutrition, but food. And he didn't know that he was carrying ammunition, and he was told to drive in the direction of Hasaga. He wasn't, he was told, he told us, given a destination. But what this kind of reflects is the lawlessness and the chaos and the kind of vacuum of power in this country after the fall of President Assad. And of course, this,
Hold on.
huge amounts
I'm
of
sorry,
ammunition.
this reporting is actually dog shit. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
what the fuck do you mean, the lawlessness? They are capturing regime ammunition. Like, what's lawless?
Before you continue, this guy said, "What's the source for this claim about this being captured by the Kurds from the regime?" The source is the regime doesn't exist anymore. The regime isn't there. It's
Also-
fucking fell.
Also, this is SDF territory now. So of course, so who else do you think is capturing it? Like,
By the way, this is
obviously-
Kamishli. This is
I mean,
Kurdish
yeah.
towns.
yeah, this
This
is
is-
a Kurdish city. Yeah.
Like there are no Arabs in Kamishli or Hasaka. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Yeah, Kasaka is mostly Kurds as well. Yeah,
I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna act like I know who fucking lives where in Syria, but Israelis, you need to shut the fuck up, because you fucking lose your minds when someone from outside of Israel talks about where Israelis and what Israelis think and whatever the fuck, and now you're doing it to Syria. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about Syria.
Littering the
I
country.
can't lie.
Now, as
The
far as
main
Is-
thing that's pissed me off has been the Israeli foreign minister spamming, like, "Oh yeah, we really want to protect the Kurds, man." And it's like, bro, kill yourself. Shut up, man. Like, fuck
Israel
me.
is concerned.
Oh.
It has said it's carrying out strikes, not necessarily this one, it hasn't confirmed them, as I was saying, but it is carrying out strikes to target weapons because it does not want them to fall into the hands of malign actors. But we are expecting more airstrikes across the country over the next few days and weeks as these kind of operations are conducted. The other thing I think that's worth bearing in mind is that this ammunition was on the move when it was hit. So, and again, this is speculation, but clearly the skies above here are busy with intelligence, monitoring satellites, looking and watching for stuff that's moving. And I think that's probably why it was hit. But you can see, you know, ammunition here absolutely everywhere. The explosions that we saw, very, very loud initial explosions when these trucks were hit, and then the secondary explosions which went on for many, many minutes. We'll just turn the camera around here,
were loud.
and you can see how far this convoy goes down here. But the ground around us is littered with unexploded and exploded ordnance. But again, it really does reflect the chaos and also the danger that presents at this moment in Syria. People, of course, have been watching this very closely indeed, and whilst they have been celebrating the removal of President Assad, the fact that he has now fled the country, they're also very, very worried, very nervous about what comes next, what it means, all of this means for the future of their country.
Alex, that was exactly the topic I was going to pick up on. I mean, obviously, you're not near a huge number of people where you are, thankfully, given, of course, what has taken place there. But that initial sense of, I think it's fair to say, euphoria that we saw sweep across the country later over the weekend as Assad fell from power, is that sense, that positive sense, abating? Is there a growing sense of fear based on these explosions, these attacks, whoever is ultimately responsible for them?
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake, that euphoria, that sense of celebration is continuing. One person I spoke to yesterday in the market in Kamishli, he told me that this moment feels to him like Eid. It feels like a festival. Remember, President Assad was in power for many years. The Assad dynasty ran this country with an iron grip for decades. And it was bloodthirsty, it was cruel, it was oppressive. People would often be arrested in this country, and they would be taken to the local centre for the security forces, and they would never be seen again. They would just simply disappear and vanish. So from that point of view, people are celebrating, and they are hopeful that this will usher in a new and better future. But at the same time, when they look at the groups that have taken over the country effectively, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, of course, the main group, and they look at how it is comprised. It's composed. It's an Islamist group. But
tell me where to find that claim that you just posted or get banned. Shit.
But if you look at its genesis and trace its roots back, it was originally an Al-Qaeda affiliate. It also had links to the Islamic State. Al-Baghdadi initially was involved in it. He was the leader of Islamic State. They look at all of that and they're worried. They are alarmed about what all of that will mean and what kind of future those groups envisage for Syria. Now, here where I am, in this area, it's known as Rojava. It is an autonomous Kurdish region. And there are other complications here which people are very frightened and alarmed about as well, because it's not just domestically that the pressure is being put upon and built around the country.
Update from Live UA. Northeast Syria. The explosions which happened yesterday night in the area of Kamishli, initially believed to be Israeli raids, were actually Turkish airstrikes. TSK destroyed equipment seized by SDF and YPG from SAA stockpiles. All right, guys, we can hate the airstrikes now. We don't have to defend them anymore.
What's the source on it then?
Change the fucking hate.
Why did Times of Israel fucking say it was Israel then?
Don't know.
Oh, okay.
Because Turkish Air Force
Whatever.
The Turkish Air Force
was the Turkish Air Force. Okay, fair enough then. But God, that makes me even more pissed off then, because the US controls the fucking airspace above. Yeah, but it was obviously suspected to be Israel because they're doing the same thing across the entire country. So why wouldn't they think it's Israel? But
okay, everyone knows Israel and apology now. Let's go one at a time.
No, fuck no.
There's also international powers as well. You mentioned at the beginning Israel.
I would never apologize.
Of course.
This is why. Just don't say anything, okay? Do what I do. Could just be like, don't know. Could have been good, could have been bad, could have been totally neutral.
Try and mold the future of this country in a way that is safe for Israel, or stop the threat any threat emanating from this country towards Israel. Remember that Syria has fought 3 wars against the Israelis. The Turks are also very worried. They're worried about having well-armed Kurdish autonomous region on their doorstep. They claim that this could be used as a springboard for Kurdish separatists in Turkey. The Syrian National Army, one of the
Just
groups
never
here is
happened, by the way. The YPG has literally never attacked Turkey. Like, it's just never happened.
Are you talking from inside Syria or inside Turkey?
Well, the YPG doesn't exist in Turkey.
Oh, that's the PKK. My bad.
Okay, so now that we see that Israel didn't bomb the Kurds here, can we confirm that they bombed the other fucking minorities, like the Druze? Or,
Oh yeah. Why would Turkey bomb HTS? Yeah.
Is it 100% confirmed, or is it just?
Well, Israel's claiming it as well.
My thought process was for why Israel would have done that to the Kurds is because they just want to eliminate any fucking air capabilities from fall into the wrong hands.
Well, no, it looks like Israel's claim is that they're bombing rebel-held areas because they're obviously afraid that that's going to end up in the hands of people who want to destroy Israel, right? Like people who would be more emboldened than Assad to do shit. That's basically it, right?
The convoy was claimed by Turkey, but the airport was still fucking bombed by.
Well, was the airport actually hit, or was it like the runway, or did the airport?
No,
Israel
the
claim
airport
the
was
airport?
hit. Yeah.
Okay. Did Israel claim
the
that?
The airport was hit, but no, I don't think so.
So the airport's been hit by someone, and just near the airport, this convoy was hit by Turkey. We now know. Okay.
Yeah, but that makes me even more pissed off because it's the US that controls the airspace over this area, and they just letting their so-called allies be bombed. Like, what the fuck is the point of them even being there at that point?
Of the Turks, we are already seeing clashes between the Syrian Democratic Forces, which are the main kind of force here in Rojava, and that Turkish proxy force around Manbij and also in other areas in this region. So all of that is very alarming and has caused a great deal of worry for many people. So yes, there is that optimism, there is that celebration, but there's also very much, there's also a great sense of unease, apprehension and anxiety about what comes next.
Alex Rossi, thanks so much for that, live for us there in Syria.
Okay.
The Syrian civil war
casual
has
hour of disinformation, but we're all good. We got around it. We didn't. Some of us didn't conclude.
Lona, check what I
apologize to Israel.
Lona, check what I linked you in a stream chat on Discord.
Stream chat. Okay.
Discord, yeah. I tagged you in it. Z, can you translate this? It's in Arabic when it comes up.
Sure.
Or was someone, it doesn't have to be you, but yeah.
Part of leaked classified files expose Israel's direct communication with the Assad government's National Security Office, detailing covert discussions about Iranian operations in Syria. Has this been verified by any journalists or anything, or am I just reading like some fucking...
I was going to say, somebody could have just typed this shit up.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want it translated. To see if it's really that.
So why would they bomb anything?
Can I just not read this until someone in the press picks it up? Because obviously, like, collaboration between Assad and Israel is like a big claim. It's a very big claim.
Well, to be honest, it's
and given the last hour of experience,
to be honest, though, a lot of the pro Iran accounts, like pro Iran, like military blogger accounts that I've been following for years, they've basically all accused Assad of doing this.
Is it because it's like in every fucking opportunity, there's always like an Iranian general just getting taken out in Syria?
Yeah, and for some reason, like they managed to perfectly kill IRGC guys all over Syria, but never touch Assad, basically.
I just need to say something here, Loner. Tash, lechlit zayin.
What?
Don't worry about it. It's Hebrew, not Arabic. You're not gonna understand it.
Why is Shamima Begum trending?
Probably because she's in trouble, or she's in one of the refugee camps, right?
Yeah, she's in Al Hol, yeah.
Yeah, listen, it wouldn't be the first time Israel worked.
Oh, because Suella 4 hours ago said she shouldn't be allowed back into the UK.
Yeah. Oh my God, bro. I can't stand it, bro. Like
We care
these
so much about
countries
the
need to
victims
take
of
their
grooming gangs, right? You know, she was a fucking child when she was taken in by those people. Anyway.
But also, like, what's the main point is all these countries need to take their fucking citizens back and stop leaving the burden on the Kurds to look after them. Like, they don't have the resources to look after all these tens of thousands of fucking foreign nationals. They need to get their arse in gear and take them all back, man. It's a fucking disgrace that the Kurds just have to fucking sit with these people and have no mechanism of. No way of putting them on trial, no way of doing anything with them because no one wants to cooperate with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit harder to take people who have been indoctrinated by ISIS, to be fair.
Yeah, but
Like,
if they're not Syrian nationals, the Kurds shouldn't have to deal with them. It's not their responsibility.
If this girl came back to the UK, she'd be put on trial, and if she was deemed a threat, she wouldn't be allowed back into society. She'd be in prison.
How old is
she?
Now she's like 20 something, right? 25, yeah. She was
Yeah,
15
something like
when
that.
she left
She's gone
London.
for 10
15
years. Holy fuck.
Yeah, she was 15 when she
Yeah,
left
bro.
London to become an ISIS wife. Yeah.
Like,
Wait, was she the same girl that they were talking about like a few years back?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
She
I
reappears
see
every
the
now and then.
Yeah, I see her picture now. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
picture I remember her in the fucking like niqab.
Ironically, the only countries that have been taking their citizens back from the refugee camps for the ISIS families have been like Central Asian countries, Russia, and a few, I think like Indonesia, like the Southeast Asian Muslim countries took a few of their citizens back, but like that's it. Like Western European states have basically just lumped the entire burden on the Kurds to look after them.
But what's Hassan's scope now, by the way?
Oh, who knows?
He'll just move on like it never happened. He's very good at that. His audience doesn't give a fuck about Syria, okay? That's not interesting to him. It's not proportionate to the scale of suffering, right?
Has Israel hit HDS?
They've hit
Well,
weapons depots,
they've
which
hit
have
the weapons.
probably, yeah.
They've hit.
Like,
They're not just
I'm talking
weapons depots. They've already destroyed a lot of the air defense systems that HTS captured as well.
That's fine. Like those are weapons. I can understand why Israel's going after them, but I'm talking about people.
I
they
think
would've
some
killed people,
people
right?
might have
Yeah.
died. Yeah, I think some people died in some of the weapons depots, but like
That's basically what
They're
I
not-
care about
yeah.
most because like generally Israel does try to avoid fucking killing people, generally, but in this case, and I understand why they go after weapons. They don't want an unfucking certainty in Syria, and Syria is a lot more military equipped to like do shit than fucking what's it called? Like there's weapons in Syria that can actually do damage to Israel.
Loner, I've got satellite pictures of the bases that have been bombed, like before and after, if you want to see them.
Sure.
One sec.
Was it of the airport?
No, not of the commercial airport, but
Listen,
other
we're
air
staying a
bases in
long
Syria.
distance away from that airport before we get any more news, okay?
Just linked it in stream chat in Discord.
I'm gonna talk about it repeatedly. I'm gonna make your.
Thank God I watched the news before going onto Discord, otherwise we'd be fucked. All right, Syrian ammo storage facility destroyed. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a thread as well. There's some more below it.
Yeah, I can imagine in terms of like attacks on civilians, that'll be much more Turkey's the SNA's field than Israel right now in Syria. It seems
Yeah.
But Israel's obviously done a lot more because they had like loads of targets.
It's by the way, it's some people are saying 150 airstrikes, but then fucking Times of Israel says 250.
It's varied.
Oh,
It's
who knows,
different
bro?
organizations. Like one of them is like an open source intel group that's saying 310. Israel's saying probably 200.
Okay, they're quoting Syrian security. It says
yeah, so Syrian security, I think there's the Syrian Human Rights Organization that's giving numbers. Like, yeah, they'll all be a little bit varied, but everyone, I think most people believe they're more than like 150, less than 400.
I would have thought this like Times of Israel would have gotten their information about the strikes from the IDF, not fucking
Times
Syrian
of Israel is not
security.
like state media. Like they don't really get.
Yeah, but they have connections inside the IDF. Like
Israel says 320. Do they actually? What Israel Hang on, strikes. I'm pretty sure this is what they said, right? Yeah, IDF. We struck 320 targets since Assad's fall. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What?
Apparently, that's 70% of the Assad regime's military capabilities.
Oh, okay.
We're gone now.
Oh, but this was like at 6 p.m. today. The one I'm reading is like from 1 a.m. like today.
The thing is, all this has been happening,
Yeah.
but the only videos I see of Jelani is him sitting around a table talking about governing. Like, I mean, hopefully he sticks to that. But shit, it's kind of interesting that he's just.
I mean,
like,
how long can he even stick to that?
Yeah, I
before
don't know, right?
the fucking radicals.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
more
this
radical.
needs to stop really, really quickly. Like, this can't go on. They can't be doing another 2 or 3 days of this whilst Jelani's just like
Israel
rebuild diversity.
Is Israel classically going down the road of de-escalation of through escalation?
I guess so. Yeah.
Fuck's sake, bro. This fucking country needs to have a new government. Who would you vote for if you were Israeli owner?
Probably Meretz or Labor.
You'd vote for Meretz are fucking useless though.
They're all useless. But again, like the left in Israel, you just need like a little bit of time of less of a threat,
peace,
and then or even like
That's what I keep
or even just like
fucking saying.
responses from the Palestinians that isn't like crazy. So first Intifada brought the left back, you know, because even the Israelis saw like fucking tanks rolling over kids with stones, and they were like, "Mate, this is mental." So anyway.
You're talking about before the assassination? Or are you talking about the 19... Oh, you're talking...
I'm talking about after when Rabin came in after the first Intifada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're called the Democrats? I didn't even... Oh yeah, fuck, they did merge. I forgot.
Yeah, they are the Democrats. They're trying to be more like America. What the fuck is this? Film from 1984.
It's San Antonio.
Exile of the Black Jews. Okay.
Oh,
Literally
is it the
1984.
Ethiopian Jews.
Black.
Maybe.
Is it... Wait, is it Ethiopian? Yeah, yeah. What's it called? What's the tribe they say they're from? Dan. I think tribe of Dan.
Is it
Beta
movie night?
Israel. Don't know.
Compared to Alpha Palestine. Fuck, I hate this.
What is this chart? Someone make a chart about where the Arab Spring countries are today.
Not free. Not free.
Oh,
Not free.
Jesus.
It's a little bit
That's
redundant.
pretty fucking funny.
That's pretty good. I need that. To be determined.
Bahrain's the same exact fucking play. Bahrain stood strong, bro. They never got replaced.
To be fair, Tunisia had a
'cause,
good 10
Saudi
years.
Arabia.
Tunisia, I heard Tunisia's like not bad at all. Like it's like they're like living well. I just heard that like it's really expensive now compared to like wages.
Well, that's why it says partly free.
Yeah, yeah, it's free but
Wait,
expensive.
isn't it?
It's
Wait,
not
isn't
free.
Wait, isn't it Tunisia? Isn't it Tunisia or is it Algeria that are like
No, it's Tunisia.
basically?
Wait,
I'm
what
not-
is the question?
Is one of the two are like basically like been like rounding up all the sub-Saharan African migrants and leaving them to die in the desert?
That sounds like an Algerian thing.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
Algeria
it's
has any
one of
desert
Listen,
lump
listen.
there.
No confirmation, but from my experience with Algerians and Tunisians are a lot more down to earth than Algerians. So
Wait, would it be Algeria though? Because Algeria, didn't they send a bunch of refugees to Niger? I don't know actually. Yeah, Syrian migrants die in the Algerian desert after being expelled by. Who expelled them? Libya. They were expelled from Libya, and they died in the
Oh.
Algerian desert. Yeah. Yeah, Libya is one of the
Algeria- by
worst
the way,
places for
Algeria-
refugees.
Algeria is fucking huge, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how big Algeria is, but like because it's like on the map. Like if you move it up to where Europe is, it covers like most of Europe.
Yeah, but most of it is the Sahara, which is like
yeah,
useless.
well, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't most of Syria desert?
Okay.
The east is desert, but the west is quite urban and quite there's a lot of agricultural land in the west.
Oh yeah, I thought you might want to know this, Loner. Apparently, one of my fucking houndsmen, Sundown's gonna love this, has defected. I didn't know about this. He defected from Israel 10 years ago to go fight with ISIS in Syria, and he's reportedly in one of Assad's prisons.
Shit.
Oh my
Someone
god.
from my fucking town.
You might get them back, eh?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, his family after Assad fell started started bringing up his news again because they've been looking for him for 10 years.
Damn.
Yeah.
He might be in a who knows? If
Might be in
it's
an
ISIS,
interesting
though,
state by the end of it. I
if
mean,
if if he
protected
joined
from Israel.
ISIS, yeah, if he joined ISIS, he's probably in one of the. If he, sorry,
I
no.
don't think he joined ISIS. I think he went to join, but he probably got caught on the border. Like,
Oh,
he didn't
okay, yeah,
actually
yeah, yeah.
manage to ever fight with them.
Oh,
Because
okay, yeah, because I was gonna say.
if they catch an Arab or like Israeli citizen in Syria, they're not gonna fucking return him to Israel just because he speaks Arabic.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I was gonna say, because if he actually joined ISIS, like, I'd give it like a 99% chance that he actually is in one of the SDF's ISIS prisons.
Ambo, I wish it was the former. It's the latter.
Fucking Syria girl. Al Qaeda is Al Qaeda. Jolani is
Oh my
Julani.
God.
That's why he's letting Israel rape Syria.
Oh my god! Oh my god! She actually said it. She actually said
said it.
Julani. Oh my god.
Hey, we stand
Who is this
What
Julani.
a fucking queen. She's like an Assadist who lives in Australia.
Yeah,
Very
but
deranged
like,
Assadist.
who the fuck birthed this type of person?
ISIS
what
is DE ISIS.
Oh my god.
Julani.
Julani. Just so funny. ISIS is the ones that came up with the Julani thing.
Yeah.
When are we ever gonna move past the point of?
Oh my
our
fucking.
society
Oh
using
my.
Jews
Wait,
as-
hold on. I'm
Oh,
gonna
we're not
lose
moving
it, bro.
past that, trust me, dude.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm actually gonna lose it. Apparently, according to like local sources in Rojava, the Turks fucking bombarded one of the main dams on the Euphrates that provides electricity to like hundreds of thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
Don't they maintain those dams? Or are you
No,
talking
on
about
the
the one in the
Euphrates.
Syrian?
No, yeah, in Syria. They're not bombing their own ones. I mean, the ones that are controlled by the SDF.
Is that?
Why couldn't? Wait, Turkey was against Assad? No.
Yeah, but they
They're
also,
also
hate
against
the
the
SDF.
Kurds.
Yeah, but why the fuck are they suddenly now after? Well, actually, never mind, because it's insane.
Well,
Turkey
it's
is
not-
its
no,
own beast
hold
when
on.
it comes to international
There's-
fucking
wait.
affairs.
Yeah.
There's nothing new. Building infrastructure in Rojava. They've been doing it for years. Like just before this offensive happened, 1 million people in Rojava were cut off from regular water because the Turks keep bombing all the infrastructure.
By the way, this is why I hate the fucking narrative that like the Middle East is unstable because of Israel. You motherfuckers love attacking each other. You guys love it. You don't even let Israel like.
I was gonna say Israel. You can't even kill them fast enough. Then
No, Israel is its own problem where it just fucking involves itself where it doesn't need to be, and then like they don't have to because these fucking Middle Eastern countries just keep attacking each other. It's so fucking.
Why would we need
Like,
to
bro, you
kill
gotta
you
remember-
guys when you guys are doing it yourselves?
But bro, you got to remember, yeah, Turkey right now occupies 2 countries in the Middle East, Kurdish Iraq and parts of like the Kurdish parts of Syria. Like most people don't even know. Most people in the Middle East don't even know that Turkey is fighting an illegal invasion on Kurdish territory in Iraq and has been bombing
I don't know the
Iraq
details.
for decades.
I don't know the details of what Turkey's exactly doing, but I knew they were doing this shit where like they are occupying like Kurdish areas in Iraq and Syria. And I've always said like if you guys are like against occupation and like you are for BDS against Israel, why the fuck don't you ever do this shit to Turkey? Turkey does this. It's just a
Oh my god. I've said this for years, bro. There needs to be a BDS movement against Turkey. Like it's actually insane that there isn't, in my opinion. Like
I think the thing is Turkey's like one of the most popular destinations for fucking Arab Israelis. Like they love that shit.
yeah, and to be true, bro, and to be honest, bro, the reality is like in the Middle East, like a lot of people are just racist against Kurds, bro. They just don't care.
Here,
they get
listen,
bombed.
buddy. We're only racist against Jewish Kurds here, okay?
Well,
Well, maybe in Israel it's different, but like, bro.
Well, no, it's not because they're Jews or Kurdish. It's because Ben Gvir is Kurdish Jewish.
Yeah. That's the thing. But like, bro, the amount of posts I've seen in Arabic in the past week from like Syrian accounts calling like for the genocide of Kurds in Syria is insane. And like the likes that they get, like 10, 20, 30,000 likes, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, bro.
I mean, you don't even have to go look at it in Arabic. Here's Syria girl calling you Julani.
Oh, yeah, but obviously July is not Kurdish, but like bro,
I
like
know,
today,
I know, but
today,
she
like
probably thinks Kurds are fucking like.
oh
ISIS.
yeah, she thinks the same thing about Kurds anyway. But like but bro, all these rebel accounts were posting this morning about this Syrian activist that was found dead in Sednaya prison, and like mourning over him, which I get. But this same guy was posted a video of himself going on like a racist screed about how all the Kurds in Syria need to be beheaded. Like,
Wait, is it the same? Wait, was it the activist that they were like co-signing his fucking story along with the woman that was like raped repeatedly by guards?
no. So this only came out this morning, I think. So it's
No,
probably not that.
but I've heard about I've heard both stories are being like, so basically you would have a post about the woman and then people would like, oh my god, her story made me cry, and then I felt really bad for that activist that they found dead, like they kept
Oh
like
yeah, I think so.
stories together.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe then, but yeah, man, it's just fucking insane. Like how
Apparently, according to someone
everyone
in
just gets
chat,
it.
and this is a Hassan tactic, taking someone from chat out their word, that the activist quite specifically called for the targeting of Kurdish women and children. Not specifically, man. What do you eat in Loner?
just a sandwich and a fucking
Loner's
cinnamon
not
bun.
here. I don't know what you want about.
Loner.
Oh, I said I'm eating a sandwich and a cinnamon bun.
What the fuck? A sandwich and a cinnamon bun.
Yeah, one after the other.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're having lunch and dessert.
He's a growing boy.
I'm a greedy
Oh,
one.
you can
I'm
have
large. Okay, fuck. I need to watch this Pierce Morgan content, you guys.
What is it about?
It's about Syria, and it's got all the best
Oh,
voices
God.
on the Middle East.
Please tell me who. I need to.
I don't
see
know
this.
why. He brought George Galloway on. He brought fucking Andrew Wilson on. He brought the Vinny.
Is there any Syrians?
No? Why would
course
there
it's
be?
Syrian.
Oh
Of course not. Why would there be a
my
Syrian on there?
Oh my God, he's got George Galloway. Holy,
He's got Jay-Z.
No.
it's over.
Oh
It's
man, I
so
can't wait to
over.
hear what he thinks about Syria.
Hold on. I don't
It's
think
so
JC's
over.
a panel, man. I think it's just a topic. I hope you were joking, by the way.
It says it right there.
Yeah, but I don't think JC.
He's got Fauci and Jay-Z. No,
Let's
it's
go,
over.
baby.
And he's also got Assad. Anyway.
See, look at
Enjoy,
that.
guys.
Look at that. Wait, what's her name? I can't even see her name.
Okay.
We can find peace. We find peace
Bye-bye.
and comedy.
All right. Take care, guys.
Oh. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
True.
The Bradford Spring. I'll do donos first. Hang on. MM Marco, thanks for the €2. Do you think IDF will go to Damascus? Probably not. Nasty Main, thanks for the $4.99. Wallahi, diversity is our greatest strength. True. And Barabas, thanks for the $5. Why did Israel just bomb Tartus and Latakia? Please tell me they bombed the Russians too, at least. I don't know if they bombed the Russians, but they have been bombing military installations all across rebel-captured territory. It doesn't seem like they've attacked the Kurdish territory. That seems like that was disinfo, but who knows? Give it a day and we'll know. All right, we'll get confirmation. Let's go. All right. Why is it being a dick? Hey.
We have three big stories in a blockbuster edition of Uncensored. Revolution in Syria, pardons or prosecutions for Fauci and Liz Cheney, and a bombshell lawsuit for Jay-Z. First, after 5 decades of dictatorship under one family's rule, Syria's Bashar al-Assad is gone. The man, known as the Butcher of Damascus, has fled to Russia. The men and women he oppressed were pictured walking the halls of a ransacked presidential palace. But why now? And will Syria be safer under the rule of a group founded in part by al-Qaeda? President Biden ordered US airstrikes on ISIS targets in Syria yesterday and blamed Assad's downfall on the weakness of America's enemies.
For all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia nor Iran nor Hezbollah could defend this abhorrent regime in Syria. And this is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States.
President Trump, meanwhile, was in Paris for the reopening of Notre Dame. World leaders flocked to the new sheriff. French President Emmanuel Macron almost lost his arm in their latest arm wrestling battle, and Trump left them in no doubt about his policy on the chaos in Syria. The United States should have nothing to do with it, he said. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved. Is he right? We'll debate that. Back at home, President Biden's considering more sweeping and preemptive pardons. Dr. Anthony Fauci for allegedly lying to Congress about gain-of-function research on COVID. Senator-elect Adam Schiff for leading the Russiagate impeachment. Liz Cheney for leading the January 6th committee. Trump told NBC News that he'll look at pardons for Capitol rioters on day one. Those who investigated his role in January 6th should expect no such mercy.
This was a committee, a big deal. They lied. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and a half worth of testimony. Do you know that I think those people committed a major crime.
Sir.
And Cheney was behind it.
Well,
and so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
Is this justice or vengeance? Did the Democrats open Pandora's box by targeting Donald Trump through the courts? And finally, Jay-Z is named in a civil...
If Trump weaponizes the DOJ to go after people just for investigating him, and Pierce is like, why would the Democrats make him do that? Kill me.
A lawsuit which claims he sexually assaulted a 13-year-old at a Diddy party. Jay-Z says the claims are idiotic and false. I'll give my response later. But first, let's meet our panel. Joining me now, the Democratic strategist, Julie Rodzinski, host of...
Lonovax, between 2013 and 19, the IDF had a semi-secretive operation treating Syrian civilians from the bordering villages injured in the war. I served there if you're ever interested in the topic. Yeah, come in Discord and tell me all about it, because apparently it's proof that you guys collaborate with Jelani.
No Lie, Brian Tyler Cohen, host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, and Vinny Ashama, who'll be joining us very shortly. All right, let's start with you, Brian, if I can. Donald Trump's interview that he did, first of all, made it clear about a number of things, and we'll come to the others in a moment, pardons and so on. But on Syria, he's been giving some pretty strong statements in the last 48 hours that America should have nothing to do with this. And those statements are going down quite well. What do you think of that?
I would tend to agree that that the U.S. probably should learn from its lessons of the past, that we shouldn't have anything to do with this. At the same time, I do think that there is some inherent conflict in him naming someone like Tulsi Gabbard, who has been aligned with, has met with and aligned with Bashar al-Assad in Syria. And so to have somebody like that nominated as Director of National Intelligence obviously creates some inherent conflict here that I think makes it look to some degree like there's a little bit of egg on his face. But overall, generally, yeah, I do believe that we should probably err more on the side of staying out of these affairs than involving ourselves in them.
I mean, the other side of that coin, Brian, is that the leader of the rebels used to be running al-Qaeda in Syria. And people are pointing out, this is ridiculous. How can we be supporting America, be supporting a guy that was part of al-Qaeda who committed 9/11?
I guess the obvious answer to that is, could it be worse than what was in place at that very moment?
Right. But we don't know, do we?
We don't know. But
that's a very short answer. Who was responsible for allowing al-Qaeda and ISIS fighters from crossing from Syria into Iraq to fight American soldiers? Oh, that was Assad. That's why America don't like him.
I guess, at this point, we're going to find out.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, I mean, it's very complicated. My brother was a British Army colonel. I talked to him at length yesterday about this. And it's a complex situation. There are so many different groups and factions in Syria. So many people have been killed. 12 million or more have been displaced, have moved across the continent, ended up in many, many European countries. The whole thing has been a disaster now, really, for much of this century. Do you have confidence
What's Andrew going to say? This high information voter. Let's go.
Overthrowing of al-Assad will actually improve the lives of Syrians, and will it improve security in the region?
No, of course not. Trump's made it very clear that he will be working hand in hand with Israel on whatever interest Israel has. They see this as a weakening of Iran, who is a staunch ally, or was a staunch ally of the Assad regime. So at this point, we have Al-Qaeda coming in. You made the point, Piers, well, wait a second, isn't it ridiculous that we're backing up Al-Qaeda? I mean, Al-Qaeda was essentially formed by our CIA, so it doesn't really shock me that we're backing them up, or that Biden is backing them up. So yeah, it is a mess. It's extremely complicated. There's a
Yeah, it's extremely complicated, most of it because this fucking guy who just smeared a fucking bucket of cum across his head before coming onto the show to make it look like he's intelligent, has no fucking idea what he's talking about. What, America back in the Mujahideen, most of whom became the Northern Alliance, who fought against the Taliban in Afghanistan. Is that what? That's evidence of America creating Al-Qaeda? I didn't even fucking mention that in Syria right now, Jolani has not been the biggest friend of Al-Qaeda for the last 4 years, even longer than that. First of all, he went to war with ISIS in like 2014 and refused to join forces with them. And then after that, he abandoned al-Nusra to create a new organization, specifically to take the messaging away from global jihad. Now, is that going to be followed up on? Maybe. I don't know. Like, pursue it with caution. I think it's probably still okay that America doesn't trust him and has him on the terror list, but looking at his activity in the last 4 years, he has not behaved like Al-Qaeda. He has done many things. Yeah, Al-Qaeda doesn't like him. Zawahiri called him a Jew. Fucking ISIS calls him Jewlani, Jew Lani. He's not going to be very friendly towards Israel, but given his behavior for the last few years about doing things that you would never see Al-Qaeda or ISIS do, you would never see Al-Qaeda or ISIS extending olive branches to Christian leaders to try and keep them safe and make sure that they don't get like looted and shit like that. I don't think Al-Qaeda and ISIS would be showing you videos constantly on their media of Christians and other minorities just kind of going about their days in Idlib. I don't think Al-Qaeda ever used fucking drones to drop leaflets down to citizens of Aleppo before they advanced to tell them, if you want to defect from the Assad regime as a soldier, this is how you do it, call this number. Protecting embassies and protecting foreign actors in the city as well. They made sure that they actually had a specific unit to go and man the consulates and the other foreign embassies in Aleppo to make sure that people who were there, internationals, were safe. Yeah, Al-Qaeda doesn't really behave like that anymore, but we're just going to call it Al-Qaeda. Jesus. But it's also very complicated, guys. I hope you understand code for I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to anyway.
Multitude of factions. This is a 50-year ongoing process in the region. No, it's not going to help security for anybody. We should really stop sticking our nose in places which are not our business. But unfortunately, we are stuck in this. At this point, we have the one ally in the area, Israel. It's one of our staunchest allies, and we really don't have much choice at this point but to play geopolitics with them. We're too far in bed.
Julie Rodzinski, I mean, Trump's whole tone on the foreign stage is very much one of America first, and let's just not get involved in what he sees as very expensive wars waged far away from America's borders. I suspect this is going to prove increasingly popular because, let's be honest, America's track record of intervening in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and so on has been pretty disastrous.
It will probably be popular if he can get away with it. But look, we are the indispensable nation, whether we like it or not. And nobody's suggesting that we put boots in the ground in Syria. I don't think it's something that anybody on either side of the aisle would advocate. But look, we have allies like the Israelis who have crossed the Golan into Syria proper, crossed the demilitarized zone. We are bombing ISIS strongholds in parts of Syria right now. Our ally Turkey is bombing our troop positions as we speak. And of course, Vladimir Putin, with whom I know both Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump seem to be very close, has just lost a major client state, but he has bases at Tarsus in Syria that he wants to keep. And so, by the way, if I were Assad, I wouldn't get too comfortable in Moscow because I'm sure Putin would trade him away in 30 seconds if he could keep those bases in Tarsus.
Doesn't the U.S. already have boots on the ground? I told you, no one gives a fuck about Syria, okay? No one. I didn't give a fuck about Syria really all that much until like 2 weeks ago. But you know, you don't need to read that much really to get a basic understanding. But you know.
So when you have
This
such
person actually knows things about it, though. Whoever this is, she actually knows a few of the details.
a geopolitical maelstrom going on with our allies, with our adversaries on all sides of this issue, I don't know how much Donald Trump will be able to stay out of this diplomatically or potentially even militarily if something like ISIS is allowed to foster in Syria or some offshoot of al-Qaeda. And that becomes a threat not just to the Israelis and our other allies in the Middle East, but also to us.
Let me bring in Vinny Ashana, who's joined us now, I believe. Vinny, welcome back to our session. It was great to have you. If I said to you, look, there's a Middle Eastern country where the new leader is someone who was helping to run al-Qaeda, you would probably want to go and deal with it, particularly if there were also people from ISIS that were circling around as well, filling the vacuum of Assad being thrown out. And yet,
it's funny how these Trump tards as well are just so happy about the idea when it happens. When Trump says, "I'm going to kick the crap out of ISIS. I'm going to take out ISIS," and everyone's like, "Yeah, woo, soy," which he did. You know, American troops were a big part of getting rid of ISIS. But then, as soon as like our Kurdish allies who helped us take out ISIS as well, who spearheaded it, then we just leave them alone, leave them to get fucked. I really hope someone pushes back on this conflation of like al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Jelani. Like, surely someone's going to point out that these groups don't really like each other anymore.
We know that President Biden is offering support to this guy, leader of the rebels. Donald Trump, meanwhile, says we shouldn't really be getting involved at all, America. What do you sit with this?
You know me, Piers, as a United States Air Force veteran who has brothers and sisters that are actually veterans, who have friends that are still serving in the Marines and the Army all around the world. I'm anti-helping, this is their mess, Piers, and I understand we kind of started it. You know, Obama with Brennan with the Operation Timber Sycamore, which brings the CIA in there, you know what I mean? Arm the rebels. Those rebels are trying to take out Assad. They failed. The weapons are left over, and ISIS is created, Piers. I am 1,000% leave.
What a incredible connection. So by helping opposition groups, that's what created ISIS, not the fact that those ISIS prototypes were being released from prison by Assad and assisted for years before the Arab Spring to go and fight against America in Iraq. Who was the one who kept on constantly dealing with ISIS when no one else was? It was Assad. Financially, giving them access to the banks, trading in fucking oil, wheat, grain. I don't know. Going soft on them, bombing the Shia rebels, but leaving like very obvious headquarter targets in Raqqa alone for a while. Like what? Yeah, shit, man. I don't even. What? Okay.
Everybody, all the mess, leave them up to their own. Piers, we have enough problems in our country right now. Biden just gave another $1 billion to Africa. He gave another $1 billion to Ukraine. God knows how much more money he's going to give right now to Syria, because that's what they want to do, Piers.
Dollars.
I am anti any soldiers. I know we have almost 1,000 there right now, Piers. I don't want any involvement with the United States. I don't want any of our soldiers to die. And all these people that are pro-war, Piers, how about this? They can't sign any bill, they can't sign any declaration of war unless your children are going there, okay? Unless your kid is over there fighting. Enough with sending Americans' kids there to die for money and for geopolitical purposes.
I mean, Brian, I know a lot of Americans feel that way, and that's one of the reasons Trump got re-elected. People do think he's sort of no war, America first, don't get involved in this stuff. It never works, just makes things worse. At the same,
what did Trump do? Am I fucking mental? Where's the thing? again, he's a hawk and an isolationist at the exact same time. Trump. Like, this wasn't fake. This wasn't a lie. He did this. This is a big campaign message. Come on, fucking video. Oh my god. Come on. Come on.
We're not dealing with stupid people. You know.
God, that's so quiet. This is isolationist Donald Trump, by the way. Isolationist. Don't get involved in other countries. No new wars. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. Don't get involved.
We're not dealing with stupid people. You know, it used to be we would have a military. You'd have uniforms here, uniforms there. The one with the most uniforms standing wins the war, right? This is a little different now.
Facts.
Now you're talking about sneaky, dirty, underhanded people that want to kill our civilians. They want to go after our civilians. They want to kill not only our civilians, all over the world. And it's going to be stopped. It's going to be stopped. Somebody criticized me the other day because they asked me what I'd do, and I said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
But they love it. Let's not get involved. Let's not get involved. Also.
Very, very proud of the people. Really another successful job. We're very, very proud of our military. Just like we're proud of the folks in this room, we are so proud of our military, and it was another successful event.
Did you authorize it, sir?
Everybody knows exactly what happened, so. And what I do is I authorize my military. We have the greatest military in the world, and they've done a job as usual. So we have given them total authorization, and that's what they're doing. And frankly, that's why they've been so successful lately. If you look at what's happened over the last 8 weeks and compare that really to what's happened over the last 8 years, you'll see there's a tremendous difference, So we have incredible leaders in the military, and we have incredible military, and we are very proud of them, and this was another very, very successful mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He supports the troops.
At the same time, you know, we don't know what kind of leadership we're looking at in Syria now. We don't know if they are genuinely changed leopards or whether the spots remain exactly the same.
What is this? Why is Seth talking like this? We have a double standard in this community. Okay, I'm just saying. Israelis coping in chat right now, go mauled in Tel Aviv about your leaders that had nothing to do, that do nothing but ignore the hostages that you voted for. How many? And then I think someone responds that obviously most Israelis, or barely any Israelis in this chat, would have voted for Netanyahu or the coalition. Your leaders are my leaders. Your group of people voted them in, not mine. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Can you imagine if someone said this about, like, oh, your leaders did October 7th, not mine. Palestinians molding in chat. We wouldn't allow this. Like, this is a double standard. Stop it. Like, it's really cringe. It's so cringe. Ugh. Okay. Am I wrong?
And if they remain the same, we're dealing with Islamic fundamentalists, and we know where that can lead. We saw what happened with ISIS. We saw what happened with Al-Qaeda. It seems to me quite a precarious bet that America's making, if it decides to, as Trump wants to, just keep out of this completely, that if you allow Al-Qaeda and ISIS and people that align themselves to that very extreme Islamic fundamentalism to grow up again in somewhere like Syria, that is going to represent at some stage there's going to be retribution against America, who they hate.
Well, I think to some degree also it could be you can make the counter argument that if America intervenes, that will foster the same resentment toward the United States. And so to some degree, look, I think to some degree I do agree with Vinny, probably the only thing that we're going to agree with on this panel, but
that is a true moment.
I would tend to be more isolated.
It's not Al Qaeda for fuck's sake. Yeah, I don't know. Were they struggling for guests here? It seems like this person is the only one who knows anything about what's just happened in the last week, let alone the last 10 years in Syria. I don't know why. Like Brian's just like being a kind of cautious, I guess, and these two are just obviously happy to say whatever the fuck.
As it relates to issues in the Middle East than not.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, like I say, I think Vinny's views, if you go back 10 years ago, they might have been a lot more controversial. This seems to me now to be the growing sentiment amongst, I would say, the
and
majority.
Pierce doesn't really care. He's just more interested in the fact that, I guess, like Trump's isolationism is popular. Like, that's all he cares about.
Of Americans.
Well, that's because the millennials and the following generations have been living their whole lives under perpetual warfare. So, since 9/11.
Compared to who, man? The Cold War? What are you talking about? American defense spending as a proportion of GDP is the lowest it's ever been. American defense spending, share of GDP. You know what? I was watching, you know those videos that are like, oh, here's the war map. Here's the war map of World War II or whatever, and you can see all the forces moving. You know what? I had no idea how fucked Afghanistan was under Trump's presidency. I don't think anyone, I know that they escalated the rules of, they loosened, the rules of engagement, and they were willing to use a lot more landmines and a lot more civilians died. But there was a reason for that. There was a reason that Trump was getting so aggressive in Afghanistan before he made that deal with the Taliban and started to schedule the withdrawal. Look at it. Like, this is obviously 2004, so obviously coalition forces are in and the Taliban are massively on the back foot. But if you look how this goes, once you reach Obama, like late Obama, Trump's presidency, so they kill bin Laden. That does basically nothing. Look at this though. We're about to go into 2015. I think it starts to. Okay, 2016. And now I think Trump's taking office. So this is Trump now in Afghanistan, right? This music. Look at this. This is why they were escalating so hard. They were getting their shit pushed in. Like, look how much territory they're losing. Look, it's an absolute state. We still got one more year, right? It's 2021 when the inauguration is it? Yeah, no wonder. Why does no one talk about this, about how much of a disaster? So Trump comes in around here, and then Afghanistan just, like, the coalition presence just shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. Like, Trump left the coalition and the government in such a miserable position before making that deal with the Taliban. And people were warning about this at the time as well. People were warning that because of Trump escalating on the rules of engagement and allowing more airstrikes and being more tolerant of civilian casualties and landmines and things like that, people were saying, yeah, we're just killing like twice as many civilians per year now, and we're going to lose this war. Like, if you keep killing civilians in a country where there are so many different factions and where it's very easy for people to move around and switch sides and lose faith in the coalition, then yeah, you're gonna lose the war. Yeah, but I feel like this period just doesn't really get spoken about that much, about how like rammed the Western forces were getting under Trump.
And most of my adult life, I have spent with the United States in perpetual wars in the Middle East that nobody understands. They don't really know why we're there. Soldiers who come back can't really illuminate it any better for you. People in command can't really illuminate it any better for you, and the American people are sick of it. Trump, the great populist that he is, recognizes this, and he tapped into that as part of his reelection and his initial election. And I think it's a really good idea for us to draw back from the Middle Eastern affairs as much as possible. It's not good for the Christian population of the United States. We have compatibility issues with both Muslim ethics and with Jewish ethics. So ultimately, for us, we need to focus on our domestic policies, and that's what we put Trump in there to do, not to get us involved in foreign affairs.
Yeah, but Julie Rodzinski, it's a massive departure from where America has been for the last...
I don't know. Trump inherited a very stable period, I think. The Ukraine-Russia conflict was essentially frozen. The fighting was at least not really enough for any American to care. Hamas were tactically staying quiet, and we know this now. They were tactically staying quiet because they wanted to prepare for October 7th. Syria was effectively under Trump, actually. But even then, with ISIS, Trump went into Syria and he went to war. He sent American troops to go and fight with ISIS and join with the Kurds. I don't know why this, even in a far less chaotic period than what we've had in the last 2 years, Trump was still aggressive. It's so funny that these guys think that now that Iran's on the back foot, you think Trump is going to just do nothing about Iran? He was willing to hit IRGC people before, Soleimani.
Last 60, 70 years, and really since the end of World War II, to take such an isolationist view. But like I say, I do think it's where the majority of Americans sit now.
Well, it depends on where it ends, right? The Pax Americana has served the world pretty well, as you point out, since 1945. And the reality is, as I said earlier, we are the indispensable nation. And sometimes we don't invite these crises, but these crises come to our shores anyway. And so I think we need to be very realistic about the fact that the world is very unsettled. We've got things going on in the Straits of Taiwan right now. We've got things going on in Europe right now with respect to Russia and Ukraine. We have a huge refugee crisis, as you pointed out, from Syria and other places in the Levant that are coming to Europe, to our European allies, including the fact that Donald Trump may or may not want to keep NATO as the force that it's been low all these many decades. And so, look, I tend to agree that we don't need to get involved in another Middle Eastern fight, and we certainly don't need boots on the ground in the Middle East. But
we're not going to mention that America has boots on the ground in Syria, don't they? There was that whole area in the southeast where rebels launched out of. Yeah.
I want people to be realistic and understand that we cannot build a moat politically or militarily around the United States and not expect anybody to have what goes on abroad start to affect us, because I'm old enough to remember 9/11. Of course, it did come to our shores that day. And of course,
I guess boots on the ground doesn't really mean you've just got bases there, right? Boots on the ground means you're fighting, I guess. Whatever.
Have to go to Afghanistan as a result of that. We stayed way too long. We didn't accomplish the mission. We didn't accomplish anything we set out to do. I completely get the frustration. I was anti-Iraq war from the very beginning. A lot of my friends on the Republican side, as I recall from my days at Fox News, were the biggest cheerleaders for this invasion possible. Now, of course, everybody's kind of changed their mind. But I do want to be realistic, as I keep saying, that we don't know what's going to happen, especially in a place like Syria, which was so reminiscent to me of the Iran-Iraq war in the 1980s, where you didn't really know which side was worse. You didn't know who to root more for. You kind of had to root against both of them. And this is kind of similar to that, right? We've got a butcher in Bashar al-Assad. Nobody's shedding a tear for him being gone. And then we've got this question mark about whether this leopard, as you point out, has changed his stripes, whether he's still allied with al-Qaeda in some capacity, and whether they're going to try to build a pluralistic society in Syria.
You can just listen. You can look at what they've been doing for the last 4 years. So what I've read about Jelani, and I've read a little bit now, no one's saying that he's like a liberal or a Democrat, okay? He doesn't believe in popular sovereignty. He doesn't believe even really in like minorities having important positions in governance, although he does believe in some level of autonomy for them, like with the Archbishop in Aleppo. That was a thing recently. And we also know that he has moved long past the idea of advocating for global jihad and is more of like a political jihad, right? That's what he talks about, right? And he's done it through his actions as well. That's why the last 4 years have all been about building roads or connecting water to different communities to make them more self-sufficient, or setting up emergency committees and preparing for governance when they occupy other places, like building their own bodies for cleaning up rubble as quickly as possible after the regime strikes. So, Syrian girl is shedding tears. Yeah, well. So far, making attempts at peaceful overtures with the Kurds, which is not very Al-Qaeda, ISIS behavior, right? So, I don't know. I guess people just ignore that.
Protect their minorities, protect the Alawites, of which Bashar al-Assad is one, protect the Christian community, and see what really happens between the Sunni and the Shia sects there, which also obviously plays out. But this is not a bad day for the United States because it weakened Iran tremendously, it weakened Putin tremendously, and it helped the Israelis get control of their northern border to some extent by preventing Iran from using Syria as a conduit into Lebanon to help Hezbollah. So I'm not shedding a tear for what happened to Bashar al-Assad this weekend.
This is silly, though. This is totally silly.
Yes.
We can build a moat.
Hang on, Vinny. Let Andrew respond. I'll come to you, Vinny.
Okay.
Let Andrew respond first.
We can build a moat around the United States, absolutely, and we should be building a moat around the United States. The truth is, when you say, well, you know, that won't prevent attacks on the United States like what happened in 9/11. No, that happened because we didn't build a moat around the United States, because we were busy doing nation building all over the world, especially during the Cold War. We helped fund most of these groups, one of which is about to take over, which includes Al-Qaeda.
Oh my God, he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Or CIA assets. It's ridiculous for you to say, oh no, we can't build a
funded the
moat.
Mujahideen.
Oh no,
Let's not
why
say
can't
that we funded Al-Qaeda.
We funded all of these groups. The CIA right now has boots on the ground in this nation. And for you, and here's the thing, we can pretend that they're not there. We can pretend that we don't have the CIA all over the Middle East. We do. I guarantee they're involved in this conflict.
Sweeping statements. Let's go. We just know that that's what they're doing. They're supporting Al-Qaeda in fucking Syria.
Right this second. And that'll probably come out in future documents 10 years down the road. The truth is that no, it is our foreign interventionism which causes most of the blowback, which then we get attacked for. It's mostly us doing foreign intervention, regime change, things like this,
Vinny,
which have caused most of these problems.
Can I ask you a question?
Is that why Hezbollah got involved in the fucking drug trade in South America? Did America make them do that? Is that why Hezbollah literally blew up a fucking Marine barracks and killed like 200 people? They bombed the U.S. embassies in Lebanon.
A legitimate question. If we take a step back, who do you think will fill that void? China? Russia? Who's going to fill that void? Because somebody's going to fill it. And it's not people who wish this nation well. And as I said earlier, the Pax Americana has largely kept peace. Yes, we've been at war, but the Pax Americana has largely kept peace across the world. We have avoided World War III because we have been the indispensable nation since 1945.
Wars everywhere. What are you talking about? What?
Of course there were. Really? Do you want to see what it looks like if the United States had not involved itself in the Cold War like you advise? What do you think would have happened to the rest of Europe?
Yeah, the Cold War.
What do you think that people in Western Europe would be living under right now?
The Cold War was.
Oh, he's okay with the Cold War because the enemies are communists. Okay, right? Yeah, he doesn't care about like current day China, Russia, Iran.
An entirely different phenomenon, and a lot of that was due to the blowback of us backing up the Russians.
But I would say, I would say.
Okay, so a lot of this again was foreign intervention, which caused this to begin with.
I would say this: that it's somebody, a Lebanese friend of mine, messaged me last night, and he said, if you look at what happened in Iran with the Shah being overthrown, you look at Saddam Hussein being taken out, you look at Gaddafi being taken out in Libya, and you look at what's happened in Syria now, where he predicts a bloodbath. You know, it's very hard to say that.
Yeah, a bloodbath compared to what? The bloodbath that they've had for the last 13 years. Okay. Oh, now there'll be now the bloodbath begins. Assad, who literally fucking murdered hundreds of thousands of Arabs in the last 10 years, now that and then done God knows what to over 100,000 people in the Sydnaya prison now, political prisoners. Now that they've done all that, now that he's gone, the bloodbath begins. I see. By the way, America shouldn't be overthrowing dictators and just hoping someone good fills the gap. That's why Iraq was bad, okay? That's why Libya was not great. Syria's different. Syria, Assad got overthrown from within. He got overthrown by Syrians who have been governing themselves for years now in Idlib, who have shown that they can actually do a fairly good job of it. Compared to Assad, anyway.
Any of these countries were improved by the removal of the, quote, dictators. And that's part of the problem here, where it all sounds great in the moment, and I'm absolutely thrilled that Assad has gone. But who follows is a massively concerning thing for all of us. And I'm not sure America, given that it's still the #1 superpower in the world, can actually afford, for its own national interest, never mind anything else, to just completely retreat from these things. I think they've engaged, but there's also, I think there has to be a compromise. For example, if I had been running the United States, I would have said, rather than withdraw overnight in that catastrophic way from Afghanistan, keep a couple of thousand troops in Kabul. And it might have kept the Taliban in some form of box, which they've just burst out of with that ridiculous series of events. And we've all seen what's happened. Taliban are taking complete control again, and women have been sent back to the Dark Ages. So sometimes just American boots on the ground, even if they're not huge amounts of boots, can have a deterrent effect, I would argue. Vinny, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about pardons. And this extraordinary situation where Joe Biden...
Oh, no, I can't do pardons. I can't do it. That's a horrible president. No, I can't do it. It's going to make me so sad. We can't do it. He doesn't talk about Syria for the rest of this. That was what a shallow conversation. Trump and Macron, Jay-Z, George Galloway discusses Syria and Assad. This fucking hat. Oh no. Would you go on Pierce if defacilitated it? I don't think that's going to happen, but I would go on Pierce if I could. Yeah, of course.
Galloway has previously spent time with President Bashar al-Assad. George, thanks for joining me again on Uncensored. You appear to have gone into some form of grief about the downfall of this ruthless, vile dictator. Why?
Well, when you say I spent time with Bashar al-Assad, you might have added that I spent time with him in Buckingham Palace when he was a guest of Her Majesty the Queen, literally living in the spare room at Buckingham Palace. The night before, going down the Mall.
I have a feeling Pierce, Galloway is a full-on, like... I don't know if he's funded by Russia, okay? But he acts like he is. He talks like he is. He denied the Bucha massacre to begin with. I don't know if he still does. He's going to be prepared for every single talking point, so I think Pierce might actually just get annihilated if he starts to try and debate Assad stuff with George Galloway, but we'll see.
In an open top coach with Her Majesty on a royal trot around central London. You might have mentioned that Tony Blair suggested a knighthood for Bashar al-Assad. I've met him once, twice in my life, and the second time, not on my own. So grief, no, my grief is for Syria.
Oh.
My grief is for the Syrian people,
who
are now ruled by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And
he's such a fucking moron. Oh God, I hate that. No, sorry, that's not moronic. That's intentional. George Galloway's been speaking about Syria since before I was an adult. Okay, he knows what he's doing. He knows that is a insanely dishonest representation of what's just happened in Syria. He knows that. He just he's relying on the ignorance of people like Pierce to just get away with it. Eugh. What does ISIS territory look like in Syria now? They're like little blotches. What do you mean ruled by ISIS? What? I love it that he went straight to ISIS, you know? Not the Kurds, not the SDF, ISIS. These little black blotches here that have just had 75 of their targets murked by the United States. I wonder why. I wonder why this propagandist charlatan top-hat cunt is more interested in talking about ISIS being the new rulers as opposed to SDF. And also characterizing HTS as the same as Al-Qaeda, which they're not. That's why they literally fucking purged people from their movement who used to be, who were Al-Qaeda.
Okay. If you were being honest with yourself, no knowing what you do about ISIS and Al Qaeda, you'd be grieving with me.
Well, I certainly think there are a lot of concerns, legitimate concerns, about the leader of the rebels, who clearly was running part of Al Qaeda in Syria. That's unquestionable. He says he's a changed person. He's distanced himself.
He's behaved like a changed person in quite large ways for the last 4 years. He has done a lot of things that you would not normally see Al Qaeda and ISIS doing, in terms of treatment of minorities, in terms of like offering amnesty for defecting soldiers in the Assad regime and giving people the opportunity to flee and protecting civilian areas and the parts that they occupied.
From, as he puts it, the extremists. I think we have to wait and see how this plays out and see if he is true to his word. Certainly the Americans seem to be buying into that at the moment, are supporting him, as are many other countries. In this country, for example, in the UK, I've seen that the government is saying we may have to unprescribe the group that he represents as a terror group in light of what's happened. So there's a lot going on here. And clearly there are a lot of groups in Syria, and there's a lot of people who are claiming they have gone from extreme fundamentalism to more moderate positions. Let's wait and see. It has been known to happen. I would say to you, though, I'm not talking...
Yeah, would George Galloway seriously say that Israel should have never negotiated with Arafat because he was a former terrorist? No one would ever hold up this standard. It doesn't make any sense. Again, I don't really care that much for Jelani. I don't think I would get along with him very well, you know? We're talking about a bar that has been set by Assad. The bar has been set by Assad, okay? And there's no indication that Jelani is going to be worse than Assad. Everything actually indicates the opposite, which is why most Syrians are not grieving for Syrians like George Galloway is. He's grieving for people whilst they're celebrating. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Really about what happened with Assad when he first came to power, because he was all the things that you rightly articulated. I just find it odd that you would view his dismissal now as a bad thing for Syrians. And we made a quick checklist here.
Yeah, because Syrians are retarded, obviously. That's why George Galloway doesn't give a fuck about the massive celebrations across Syria and in the Syrian refugee population in Europe that George Galloway pretends to care about. He knows better. He knows Assad was better for, what, stability or whatever the fuck.
You know, this is a guy, I remember I was at CNN at the time with the 2011 Arab Spring. He crushed the peaceful resistance. It led to a devastating civil war.
Released fucking people who became ISIS. He released al-Baghdadi. Or was it al-Baghdadi? Or who was the guy that... No, it wasn't al-Baghdadi. It was someone who... it was one of the leaders of ISIS that ended up getting released by Assad in 2011. Who was it? I don't remember their name. Syria. Decree. Did it have their names? I think it's probably here. Al-Baghdadi. True. Who was the one that ended up becoming an ISIS, top ISIS figure? Arab Spring protest, Decree 61. Muslim Brotherhood, other detainees. Oh, they don't say, it's just this report. Several of the terrorists released in the first amnesties went on to head Islamist extremist groups in Syria, including the Islamic State group. Was it Zarqawi? I don't know what Zarqawi had to do with... Let's see. Whoa. Where's this from? Black flags with white calligraphy. Oh yeah, they were doing this in the 2000s as well. They've done this for a while. Yeah, they don't give you the names, but it was the case that even before 2011, like Assad would do this. He would release Islamist extremists and allow them to just kind of like permeate amongst the opposition so that Assad could use his first front, which is that, yeah, my enemies, they're all Al-Qaeda and ISIS. That's what he always did.
At least 300,000, maybe 500,000 deaths. More than 14 million Syrians had to flee their homes. He fired rockets filled with sarin gas on Ghouta, killing nearly 1,500, mostly women and children. Continued to use...
Oh, he's not nodding to that one.
Chlorine and sarin on his own people between 2014 to 2018. Russian and Syrian government airstrikes killed more than 100,000 Syrians since 2011. Thousands tortured and left to rot in prisons. The prisons are currently being emptied out.
Yep.
People have been kept there, right, in underground, horrific conditions for sometimes decades under this guy. And so whatever the argument...
No, the thing with Zarqawi was that this was Assad's complicity in allowing people to go from Syria into Iraq. This is why America put sanctions on him. Yeah, Zarqawi, people training in Syria. Like, the government just allowed this to happen. They completely turned a blind eye to it, or even in some cases, government members helped it. Like, regime members helped this happen. Giving them fake passports and shit, yeah.
Which is a legitimate one, as I say, about what may come next. We've seen with Libya and with Iraq and even with Iran. Sometimes be careful what you wish for, and I'm absolutely cognizant of that. And I'm not getting too excited until I see how this plays out in terms of the leadership. But you cannot defend Assad's record of how he has treated his own people, given the scale of death, destruction, wrongful imprisonment, torture, and so on. Can you?
Well, that's the kind of propaganda porn that you've just adumbrated that we were treated to about Saddam Hussein to justify invading and occupying.
Oh, he's not going to address anything at all, okay? Because who's talking about invading and occupying Syria? Assad was overthrown by Syrians. Total denial. He's never going to acknowledge how the overwhelming majority of Syrians feel about this. He's going to ignore all the celebrations. He's going to ignore the fact that they all hate the Assad regime, within Syria and within the refugee population. But okay.
Iraq,
both
propaganda. You and me, to our eternal credit, saw through that because we refused to abstract, even if 1/5.
Yeah, but no one denied that Saddam was bad. Maybe George Galloway did. People said that America shouldn't be the one implementing regime change. He's such a fucking hack. I hate him so much. Why do I have to share a country with this piece of shit fucking loser? God, I hate him so much.
What you just said there is the case. That is not a justification for making every matter worse. Now, it's true that Paul had a dramatic conversion on the road to Damascus, but we know al-Golani. He wasn't just the number 2 to Zarqawi in Iraq. He was the Al-Qaeda number 2 in Iraq, killing British soldiers, by the way, killing American soldiers, by the way. And then he went to Syria and became the number 2 to al-Baghdadi,
So surely you will mention that when al-Baghdadi tried to merge their groups, he said no and then went to war with ISIS. Surely you'll mention that, George Galloway. That's an important detail. Surely, if you're bringing up al-Baghdadi, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? Who?
Founder of ISIS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, who was it that was allowing al-Qaeda people to go into Iraq to fight British soldiers? Oh yeah, that was Assad. That was Assad's regime that allowed that to happen. That's why America sanctioned him, yes. Rejected an attempted takeover of Nusra by al-Baghdadi, revealing a widening rift with al-Qaeda's global network. Distanced himself from claims that the two groups had merged into a group called ISIL, as announced by Baghdadi. And then that's when he went directly to Zawahiri. Al-Zawahiri. Is he going to mention that? Come on, George. Let's not end the timeline at 2014, shall we? That's like 10 years ago now.
The number 2 to al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS in Syria. So That would knock Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus into a cocked hat. Now, like you, I'm waiting for developments. Like you, I'm ready to treat this on its merits. If the Christian priests are not massacred, if the nuns are not kidnapped, if the religious minorities and Kurdish minorities...
No, you know what's going to happen is there's obviously going to be instability. There's obviously going to be, I think there's already has been, there's going to be HTS people and people like that. There's going to be like problems. There's going to be innocent people dying. And George Galloway will react to that with 8 million times more emotional outrage than he ever did for Assad's chemical weapons attacks, or the fact that this guy basically burnt his country to the ground just so that he could rule over what was left over. Yeah, that's what he'll do. And then he'll say he was vindicated all along.
And Druze minorities are not hunted down like Golani did just 7 years ago. Well, nobody will be happier than me. But you used the words, be careful what you wish for. In the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus yesterday, his supporters were chanting that they're on their way to Jerusalem next.
They did.
After Jerusalem, they're on their way to Mecca next. Now, I could live with that, Piers. I'm not sure that you could.
Listen, I'm not trying to make a defense of any of it at the moment. I think it's a very turbulent situation. As you know, I've got relatives, including my brother, who've been in the military, and you can make a very good argument that when you depose a dictator,
I need to ask George Galloway: should Israel have never negotiated with Arafat? Then should he have just never done it?
It often leads to a worse situation. I mean, I think that's inarguable. And I'm not saying for a moment that I have absolute confidence that won't happen here, but I certainly wouldn't let that stray into a defense of Assad, who I think is indisputably proven himself to be an evil dictator.
But you're building a straw man there based on something I said in 2005.
So let me be fair to you. Let me be fair. So what is your view of him now?
A guest of Her Majesty.
Right. So let me ask you again. To be fair to you, I get that point. To be fair to you, what is your current view of Bashar al-Assad?
He's a dictator like all the Arab rulers.
Oh, it's like all the same. Okay, yeah. Which other Arab dictator has killed that many people?
Starmer, the British Prime Minister, is right now, in Saudi Arabia, freedom-loving Saudi Arabia, trying to get some money out of them for the parlous British economy. The idea that Assad is a worse dictator than the other Arab dictators is for the birds. The real crime of al-Assad was that he allowed the Palestinian resistance to stay, to base, to train, and to live in Syria. And to...
What? You think that's why people don't like Assad? There's a thing coming to mind. There's a thing coming to mind under Assad rule regarding Palestinians. What was it? There's a particular area in Syria that was besieged by the Assad regime. Wasn't this one, was it? Siege of Yarmouk. Surrender or starve, effectively. Huh. Why do Palestinians not like Assad? Why do they pull pretty low for Assad, actually? Why did he go into Lebanon again? Why did Hafez go into Lebanon? He must know that Hamas opposed Assad. Not only did Hamas, again, Hamas congratulated the new leader for the revolution.
to direct
Yeah, his father went into Lebanon to fuck the PLO up, yes.
the operations of the Palestinian resistance. That's why they really
that's
hate
why they
Assad, not for
because
the
he was
reason
pro-Palestinian. What the fuck has Assad done for the last year?
of dictatorship. All our friends in the Middle East are dictatorships.
I mean, you tweeted in May 2023, I would have been proud to have stood by Syria even if she'd fallen. Watching President Assad towering in the Arab League in Jeddah has made me happy today. Forward to Arab unity and independence. I mean, do you regret saying that?
Absolutely. No, I believe in Arab unity and independence. And the Arab
That's not the part you're... Why is he... Oh, he's so slimy. How does Pierce not see through it? He must.
Did bring Assad back into their ranks. And he did tower over them. Because in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is the king. And al-Assad had one eye. All the rest of them are blind. So how would I regret it? I believe in the unity of the Arab people from the Atlantic all the way to the Gulf. I believe in that. Now, there's nothing left of that. Islamism is the way forward that the Arabs appear to have chosen. Be careful what you wish for in supporting that.
God.
I mean, the nature of dictatorship, we've seen so many now being toppled in the Middle East. That surely ultimately has to be a good thing, doesn't it? I mean, historically, when you look at this period in history, you would hope that countries...
I need to go over this again. What they did to those Palestinian refugees, it's like a camp of about over 100,000 people living here. You know, it's like refugee camp, but it's built up by UNRWA, right? When did Assad put it under siege? Yeah, it was under siege in 2013. And obviously when Assad does a siege, it's like an actual full-on fucking siege where like nothing can go in. Food, everything prohibited. People died of starvation. The blockade was in place for 5 years. Oh, it was ISIS afterwards, okay. But yeah, this was the government in 2013. $180,000 refugees and Syrian nationals. I thought it was less than that. They don't like Assad because he helps Palestinians. Fuck me. That is so... Oh, he's such a slimy cunt. Fuck me.
Could move forward from being run by dictators, whether it's Saddam Hussein or al-Assad or Gaddafi. I mean, that it has to be better for the world that over time these countries move away from that kind of leadership.
Yeah, sure, but the ones that disappear are the ones that don't do Western bidding, that stand up to Israel. The others are left. And, you know, Keir Starmer's not in Saudi Arabia this week to give them a lecture on their dungeons, their political prisoners.
Are you kidding? Is he trying to...
Ones that disappear are the ones that don't do Western bidding, that stand up to Israel. The others are left. And, you know, Keir Starmer's not in Saudi Arabia this week to give them a lecture on their dungeons, their political prisoners.
Oh, Saudi. Okay. I thought he was comparing this to what we just saw in Sydnaya, but okay.
That they treat their minorities. He's there as the best of friends of Saudi Arabia. So you have to take a consistent approach to this. I'm against all dictators, always, everywhere. But our government is...
the relativism is so fucking gross. Again, just like... Didn't they find a ledger of 29,000 executed prisoners? I know that, like, in terms of just being able to catalog the amount of people who have been disappeared and have never been found, it would have been tens of thousands of people who were killed in that prison, yeah. Yeah, did you see how many fucking nooses they found? And that machine that they had for fucking hydraulic pressing the people after killing them? Yeah, the relativism here is so fucked. Like, I don't like Saudi Arabia. But comparing any of these countries to Assad, I wouldn't even compare Hamas to Assad. Like...
Not. And as you talked about the undoubted.
Oh, we got more words from Jilani
Now to
today.
what the rebel leader Abu Muhammad al-Jolani told us today in Damascus about the international community having nothing to fear from the opposition takeover of Syria. He was speaking to our international editor Zain Jafar. Just have a listen.
You're talking about a historic day of Syria to all the people here, but what's your message to foreign countries who are worried or concerned about what's happening in Syria at the moment? What's your thoughts on this and what's your message?
Their fears are unnecessary, God willing. The country will be rebuilt. The fear was from the presence of the regime. The country is moving towards development and reconstruction. It's going towards stability. People are exhausted from war. So the country isn't ready for another one, and it's not going to get into another one. The source of our fears was from the Iranian militias, Hezbollah, and the regime which committed the massacres we are seeing today. So their removal is the solution for Syria. The current situation won't allow for a return to panic.
He's so calm. And the fact that he's saying this whilst the country is being bombed like over 300 times by Turkey and fucking Israel, he's, again, he's not going to be able to hold that pose for long unless something changes.
Horrors of al-Assad's prisons, I got to remembering that Guantanamo Bay is still open.
Yeah.
How many... The relativism is so disgusting. How many people are in Guantanamo Bay? What is it like? I think since 2002, there have been, what, less than 1,000 people have gone through there? You're comparing that to Sednaya? That's like saying, oh, you think fucking Dachau was bad? You think Buchenwald was bad? Oh, well, we've got we had Abu Ghraib. Come on, these are not the same. Stop.
I know. And Barack Obama ran in 2008 on one of his.
I would like to know why Obama didn't actually follow through with that. Like he really, like Guantanamo shouldn't be there, but comparing it to fucking Sednaya, Jesus.
Manifesto pledges was he would close it.
Yeah.
Oh, but Pierce likes it because he gets to shit on Obama. Nice.
The lawyer.
Yeah. And by the way, al-Assad's jails were used as black prisons by us during the war on terror. We were illegally, extraordinarily renditioning prisoners into Assad's dungeons to be tortured so that we didn't have to do that dirty work ourselves. So the double standard is what I can't accept. I'm all for the double.
Yeah, it's not a double standard because nothing you're saying here compares to what Assad just did. Like we've already seen this. We've had 24, 48 hours to see what's come out of Assad's prisons. Like by comparing it to Guantanamo, you're downplaying it. You're severely downplaying it. Like, yeah, I mean, he knows he is. He's a propagandist. Whatever. It's obvious.
Downfall of all.
Yeah, he did start off by saying that ISIS, the two groups in charge are Al Qaeda and ISIS. Like, come on. Really, we're gonna mention Al Qaeda and ISIS before we mention the SDF. What the fuck? Oh no.
Dictators. I think you and I can agree on that.
We can. And listen, I do think it's all very complex, this. And when people have simplistic overviews about it, I think they're always universally wrong. Let me ask you, there's a lot going on in the world right now, not least in the Middle East. You've seen Israel clearly have military success now, both against Hamas and Hezbollah, which seems to have given them a resurgent popularity. Netanyahu was very unpopular, is now much more popular because these people support what he's been doing.
He's doing what like Russian and Chinese propagandists were doing. Remember that guy who was interviewed by Mehdi Hassan? He was asked about the Uyghur camps and he's like, aha, but don't you have Guantanamo Bay? Like, yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah, fuck.
With what they perceive to be terrorism. Iran, I would argue, is indisputably been weakened, not just by that, by also what's happened with al-Assad. You could argue that Russia has also been weakened because they basically pulled out of Syria completely.
I loved it that earlier he said that the reason they're mad at Assad is because he helps Palestinians. Meanwhile, Israel holds off on bombing Assad's weaponry until the rebels come. What do you think that means? Obviously, Israel are more scared of the rebels than they are scared of Assad.
Troops there, but they've tried to get out of there completely. What do you make of the whole situation in totality? Donald Trump's coming in. He's made it clear he wants to end the war in Ukraine. He wants to try and end the wars in the Middle East. But where are we going to be left out of all this in a few months, do you think?
Well, unfortunately, for the purposes of show business, I agreed with all of that you just said. The truth is that the big winners in this are Erdogan, the new Ottoman emperor, whose flag is flying on the citadel in Aleppo for the first time since Lawrence of Arabia and the Syrian Arab national movement drove the Ottomans out in the First World War, and Netanyahu, who looked dead and buried only 15 months ago.
Yeah.
He looked like he was headed for the pokey, and now he's the cock of the walk. And frankly,
These phrases are so funny. Fuck. I really hurt my throat there. Jesus.
The Arabs are lying prone on the floor, and only his tender mercies are anything. Or
30 prisoners on Guantanamo, 780 total. Yeah. Oh.
Everything that stands in the way of him doing to them as he pleases. And he's now invading Syria. He's expanding the Israeli so-called buffer zone, occupation zone on Syrian territory. He's cleaned half of the Gaza Strip entirely of its Palestinian population, the north of Gaza. He could right now, tonight, open the gates of Rafah and drive the remaining Palestinians into the desert in Egypt, and nobody, literally nobody, is going to stop him.
And he's got a president coming in who is completely on his side.
Well, we'll see about that. Depends which.
Wait, is he not going to slam Trump? This socialist George Galloway is suddenly being careful about Trump. Okay.
Donald Trump you meet. If it's the Donald Trump that was campaigning in Michigan on the eve of poll before his greatest comeback since George Foreman's rumble in the jungle, that Donald Trump wants to end the wars. That Donald Trump might be the one, counterintuitively, I'll grant you, who forces Netanyahu to have some mercy and to try and bring about an end to this suppurated.
Trump, who appointed a fucking Christian Zionist nutter to his advisor to Israel. Fucking Huckabee. Okay.
Conflict that has poisoned world affairs for basically all of my
I think Trump, I actually agree with you. I agree with you. I think Trump, I spoke to him last week and it came up about Middle East and Ukraine and Russia. He is instinctively, he's anti-war. Always has been.
Oh my God. What did he say about Israel? He said, you got to finish your war. Finish it as quickly as possible. Don't do these breaks and these ceasefires and don't stop them going into Rafah. Trump said, finish the war. Finish them off. Finish the job. Okay.
As a business guy, he just thinks war is bad for business.
Oh my God.
It costs an awful lot of money. Yep. It puts enormous strain on the economy. And what do you gain? I mean, his argument, I think, would be, actually, if you look at America's wars and interventions over the last 50 years, where could you see a clear victory which justified all the money and all the bloodshed and everything else? And I would agree with him. So I do think he can be surprising. I also think there's a will to get peace now, certainly with the Israel-Hamas war, and I think also with Ukraine-Russia. You can see the rhetoric from Zelensky that he is clearly now ready to do some kind of deal because they're both losing too many people. I mean, Russia's losing 2,000 soldiers a day. That's why they've got the North Koreans coming in.
Brr.
Well, I've not yet seen a North Korean. I've seen lots of newspaper allusion to a North Korean, but no one's yet produced a North Korean, either a picture unlike the fake Daily Telegraph photographs the other day of North Korean women soldiers from years ago in North Korea. I've not yet seen a North Korean, but I think that you are right that Trump's instincts are anti-war. Like you and me, he opposed the Iraq war. He wanted to pull out of Afghanistan, and the Democrats and the military-industrial complex frustrated that, only to then do it in the most humiliating, cataclysmic way, stealing out like a thief in the night, leaving hundreds of billions of dollars of material behind them, and losing quite a number of American and Afghan lives in the process. I do think that Trump's instinct...
By following Trump's plan? Yep. Trump's deal that was negotiated with the Taliban that excluded the Afghan national government.
Are right. But I worry about the people he's surrounded himself with.
What is this? Jelani is libbing out. Oh no, he's not libbing out again. I can't take it. It's too much. What's he saying? Ooh. Hang on. Hey! Give me a minute.
Pierce, I wish he'd taken you into the White House because, frankly, little Marco Rubio doesn't fill anyone with any sense of confidence. So the Cummings...
Yeah, why doesn't he... Where's his comments on Huckabee? Come on, if we're talking about Israel and Trump's going to surprise everyone by being anti... Come on.
For Donald Trump will be decisive in world affairs.
Yeah.
And however the war in Ukraine ends, it's going to end in less advantageous terms than it would have done if Boris Johnson hadn't gone all the way.
I hate him so much. Ukraine does not need Boris Johnson to explain to them that when Russia is only sending low-level delegates with no decision-making power to talk to them, and whilst people like fucking Lavrov are literally lying about Ukrainian bioweapons labs at the same time, that this is not a serious negotiating effort. You don't need Boris Johnson to tell them that. Boris Johnson said that, and Ukraine was like, yeah, we know. Yeah. Yeah.
To Kiev to scupper the Istanbul peace agreement. Ukraine has lost hundreds of thousands more men and hundreds of thousands more square miles of territory. So the end game will begin in January. One of the reasons why all this chaos is happening is so the Democrats and the military-industrial intelligence complex that stand...
Wait, but I thought war was bad for profits when we talk about Trump, no? I thought war was bad for business, but now it's because of the military-industrial intelligence complex. He added a third word there to make it sound more smart. Okay. So you've completely contradicted our entire worldview. Hundreds of thousands of square miles. Yeah, how much more land did Russia conquer in the last 2 years? All right. Maybe he's watching a different war. I don't know.
And Foursquare against Donald Trump can cause Trump as many problems as possible before he gets in the door on the 20th of January. I could argue this is a kind of coup by...
Just to be clear, there was never a deal in 2022. People were talking about concepts of a deal, literally concepts of a plan. Russia was only ever sending low-level delegates to these meetings. And meanwhile, Putin just kept on saying, yes, we're achieving our objectives. Yes, we will carry on. Like Lavrov saying the same thing. And this was also the same time when they were saying that Ukraine had fucking bioweapons that they were using to target Russian DNA. But you expect us to believe that Russia was at that point ready to sign a peace deal to give back the land that they'd fucking just invaded. Come on.
The Democrats in the United States, they are willfully denying the settled will, the express will of the...
This is it here. Spring 2022. This is also just before the Bucha massacre is discovered as well. The two sides hadn't agreed on territorial issues or on levels of military armaments permitted after the war. Ukraine's position during the negotiations necessitated security guarantees that Western states were hesitant to provide. And there were domestic political questions inside Ukraine related to Russian demands about denazification to contend with.
People of the United States who voted for an entirely different approach to world affairs, including wars, but who are having fatal...
Why does the military-industrial complex decide everything? Isn't the cheeseburger industrial complex much larger in the US? Yeah, it's very silly. Lots of American business have different interests, and most businesses actually would prefer that you didn't go to war. Out of interest, I'm just gonna pick some random ones. Why am I hearing... What am I hearing in the background? Is something on? Is there a video playing? Oh, is this? There's been a video on in the background for ages with really low volume of that car driving through Damascus. I just turned it off now. I was freaking out there. Okay.
Complete.
Oh, that's so much better. What the fuck?
Hammered into place at great cost. I mean, now Joe Biden's about to give...
RTX. 156 billion USDs. Market summer. Okay, big. McDonald's. 215 billion. Huh. Okay. Okay.
Aid to the Al-Qaeda ISIS rebrand in Syria.
Yeah, I mean that is an extraordinarily perverse
There's
situation.
been wasted elsewhere.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. What's also interesting to me, and it must be to you, has been the extraordinary evolution of a lot of American Republicans, conservatives, who 30 years ago would have been implacably opposed to any suggestion you would appease a Russian dictator. They totally supported intervening where they believe freedom and democracy had to be defended. Now it's a very different atmosphere with many, many Republicans in America.
Oh, they've named an interim prime minister, Mohammed al-Bashir. All right, we'll get to
believing that Trump's mantra of America first, don't intervene, let countries get on with it unless it directly impacts on American national security. It's been a real sea change, hasn't there? Politically, never mind anything else.
Well, cross-dressing is the new zeitgeist, isn't it? And political cross-dressing is what we have experienced so completely on both sides of the Atlantic in recent years. Now it's the left that is in favor of censorship. The left, which is in love with the three...
Okay, anti-woke fucking brain rot, come on.
Happy and I elsewhere have been an unmet the world. And
are they talking about Syria again?
He's definitely a slightly changed man. He's not going to change the combative side or the trash talking or any of that.
Are we talking about here?
But he's definitely aware that he's been given a second chance at life after not one but two assassination attempts.
Yeah, don't care.
Well, the rebel coalition now in...
Oh, well done. Okay, good. That was a really good informative panel session on Syria. We really got one of the fucking the greatest voices you could ask. Okay, great. A guy who thinks Sednaya is comparable to fucking Guantanamo Bay. Okay, wow, good.
In charge of Syria has named a prime minister to lead a transitional government that'll be in place until the 1st of March. Mohammed al-Bashir, seen here on the right of the picture, is seen here in a meeting with the man he'll replace as Mohammed Jalali, seen on the left. Mr. Jalali has been had been President Assad's prime minister and has agreed to hand over power to the rebel-led government. Let's get more from journalist Osama Mohammed, who joins us from Kamishli in northeastern Syria. Welcome back, Osama. Tell us more about Mohammed al-Bashir. Who is he?
Who is this man?
Thank you for having me again. Mohammed al-Bashir is one of the most closer personals for the Mohammed Julani. He's originally from Azawiya mountain in the countryside of Idlib. He was graduated from the engineering and electronic college in Aleppo in 2007, and then he did his bachelor from the Idlib University in Sharia. He was working in the development department or ministry for the Salvation Government, Syrian Salvation Government, alongside the Julani, which was established by the Julani in Idlib. And then in 2004, he was nominated to be the prime minister for the Salvation Government. Afterward, now, as you see too, and as you mentioned, he was nominated and elected by Julani to lead the transitional government for the Syria now.
Okay, so he clearly no novice when it comes to running a government, having run this salvation government in Idlib. Can we look at that government in Idlib as a sort of prototype for what the rest of Syria can expect?
Well, if you go through the details of this government, we could see that there was a lot of compliance, dissatisfactions of the people about the action and, the services which this government was providing. For the public services, there was a lot of compliance from the people who were living in Idlib. However, this is not...
What the fuck is this? Lonerbox, for some reason, when he starts talking about Hassan, I don't know if you know about the region, bub, you kind of have to get to Damascus before you get to Jerusalem, pal. Why? What? Okay. I don't understand. I don't know what it means. What's the subtext? Little gup.
Not the most important thing. The most important thing is the politics and the policy and laws which this government was imposing in Idlib, related to the restrictions of the freedom of the personal expression, of the personal religious, or how people can attack in the community. Let's say there was a law which is called public morality law, which was making a lot of restrictions on the women, on the people, on the mix between the male and female. So mostly their politics or their policies were coming from radical Sharia orders.
Okay, so that sounds quite a hard line, and it sounds at odds with the sort of pluralistic society that the HTC says it's trying to build now in Syria.
That's right. What we could see after this guy was selected by Julani, a lot of feedbacks from journalists, from academia, and civilian activists in Syria say, this is not what we were looking for.
Oh no. Refugee resettlement zone. Oh no. Wolverine says bub all the time. I did not know that. In what? In the comic or in one of the films? I only watched X-Men 1, I think.
We are looking for a new secular, new democratic, new modern system. We are not looking to apply the same system of Idlib for the whole Syria now. So I'm pretty sure that most of the views about selecting of this prime minister to lead the new transition government.
Oh, CNN went to the garage. They went to, which means we'll actually, which means we're not going to have to see it in fucking We're going to see it in maybe 720p, right? 1080p.
Exclusive reporting from CNN's team on the ground in Syria just days after the fall of the Assad regime. Loud explosions rocked Damascus overnight, plumes of smoke hanging over the city. CNN's Clarissa Ward, one of the few Western journalists on the ground in the region. Clarissa is with me now. Communications have been tough. We have you. Please just tell me where you are. What's behind you?
So, John,
Wow,
we
it's so
are
clear.
actually here in one of several garages belonging to Bashar al-Assad. We are
One of
on
several.
the compound of the presidential palace, and you can see this is a man who had expensive tastes. We've seen
Yeah.
Aston Martins, we've got Lamborghinis, we've got Ferraris. I want to add as well that we've been walking through this compound. There are many garages. We were just in a lot where there were dozens
Is a second thought, Scar. Okay.
dozens of armored cars, if you can believe that. I don't know how anyone would need so many armored cars. And I'm bringing you over here because you can see this collection of classic cars
Jesus.
over here. And the reason this is all
Where is he even going to drive them? This guy can't really go that far out of town, can he?
significant, John, the reason that we're talking about this, that we're showing you this, is because
He's just a doctor. He didn't want any of this. He didn't want to be the leader of Syria. He wanted to be in England. Fixing people's eyes. What?
really, this is indicative of the deep, deep corruption of the Assad regime, which is a big part of why this whole uprising started in the first place back in 2011. Bashar al-Assad had been ruling for some years, his father for many decades before, and the levels of corruption and greed, the opulence and the lavish lifestyle, when so many Syrians were struggling to put food on the table. You imagine, John, the last 14 years Syrians have been under bombardment. They've been tortured, maimed, kidnapped, killed. And meanwhile, Bashar al-Assad was living literally...
This is all propaganda porn. This is manufacturing consent. Don't you know America still has 30 people in Guantanamo Bay? All right.
like a king, with garages full of cars, with palaces, with incredible mosaics and marble. And we actually watched in the presidential palace some ordinary people who managed to sneak in, walking around with their jaws dropped. They could not believe how he was living at a time when Syria was suffering so acutely. And so this really is a metaphor for the root of the rot, for where it all started and what it really means, the spirit of this Syrian uprising. Obviously, we're not going to sugarcoat it. There is a lot of anxiety in this moment. There is a lot of anxiety about the makeup of rebel forces, about whether there will be chaos, whether there will be strict Islamic law. And so it's not that everybody is out in the streets celebrating, but most Syrians are united in finding these displays of wealth and opulence truly sickening and indicative of the sickness of the Assad regime, John.
Clarissa, you can add my jaw to the list of those that have dropped at these images behind you, these rows and rows of luxury cars, given what's happened in Syria. Also, I guess my surprise that days after the Assad regime fell, that they're still there and in one piece. So explain to me the state of civil society in Damascus right now. Is there law and order?
Right now there is. There was half a day when Assad first fell, where there was looting in the streets. It was quite chaotic. Then you had more rebel forces from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham coming down from the north with orders to really secure the capital. And they're the ones who are in charge of this entire complex. They are not letting anybody
in and out. I believe we're some of the few who have managed to get in here, and they have taken pains again and again to keep telling us that the cars have not been touched, that the cars will not be moved, that the cars will not be stolen, because they see their lack of corruption as being a badge of honor and a real contrast to the behavior of the regime. There was in the presidential palace in parts evidence that in those initial hours or that first day after Assad fell, that people had come in and ransacked the palace. But again, the rebels were really stressing to us, this wasn't our group, we don't do this. Now, I will say one small detail that I found interesting, John. When we went into the palace, the rebels who were guarding it would not talk to me or look at me until I put my scarf on. And so as much as they are making these moves and saying things such as, you know, people can wear what they want, this is a pluralistic society, we respect the rights of minorities, you do still have absolutely extremely conservative tendencies from the majority of these rebel forces who are now controlling much of this country, John.
And that has been one of the major questions. Islamic fundamentalism, what role will it play among the people who may rule this country going forward? Clarissa Ward, we're so lucky to have you there in front of these cars, symbolic of what has happened in Syria for the last several decades, symbolic of what is happening at this very moment that you were allowed in to show people these pictures. Thank you for the work you and your team are doing. Please keep us posted.
On the streets of Damascus, many Syrians are celebrating Assad's fall from power. Earlier, I spoke with CNN's Clarissa Ward, who is on the ground in the capital of Damascus. Hi, Clarissa. Describe the scene for us. What's going on?
Hi, Amra. You know, it's so interesting to see because for the last few days, there has been a lot of tension on the ground. People have been staying at home. They've been very cautious about coming out. They've been nervous about what will happen. Today, it is a different feeling. We are certainly starting to feel some of that elation, some of that jubilation that comes with knowing that Bashar al-Assad and his brutal regime are now gone forever. And I wanted to bring in my new friend here, Judy.
Hi.
How are you, Judy?
Hi, I'm good.
Tell me what this feels like.
This is absolutely amazing. After all of these years, we are live on the international TV. This is amazing. This is unspeakable. This is us after 50 years of darkness. This is us after 50 years of death. This is absolutely amazing.
Did
I'm
you
shocked.
ever imagine? You know, we've had 14 years of civil war. Did you ever imagine?
No, this is not. You can't even cross this idea over your mind. Never. This is actually. It's every day you woke up and you go out of the door and think that I'm gonna die now. I'm gonna die now. Tomorrow I'm gonna die. This is all of what we have been raised on for the past 13 years. I have no idea how to tell you how I am feeling right now. This is absolutely amazing. I have no words.
You have no
express
words. You know, some people are concerned that a lot of the rebels are Islamists. They are from organizations that have extremist ties. Do you worry about it?
For me, after what I have witnessed yesterday and what happened inside Naya prison, this is absolutely fine. Let's have the rebellions. Let's have this Islamic whatever shit over going out. This is more peaceful than what the regime and the Assad regime was doing to our mother, to our daughters, to our people here in Syria. Anything that would come after the Assad regime would be more humanic, more humane. You can say this is unspeakable. This is unbelievable.
Judy,
I have no words. Thank you.
That's crazy, chat.
Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for sharing our freedom. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. And Amra, I mean, this is what you're hearing again and again. It's not that people don't have anxieties about what comes next. It's not that people don't have questions about the nature of some of the rebel forces. But what you hear over and over is this idea that just let us have this moment.
Let us have this moment. For the first time in 14 years, the bombs have stopped. For the first time in 14 years, we can take to the streets, we can demonstrate, and we don't have to worry about being shot or imprisoned or tortured or killed. And I think there's just a desire to be allowed to celebrate, despite the ambiguity about what this next chapter.
Chat, stop fucking gooing. Oh my god, alright. 24 hours. Why are you calling incel chat when you're like, they look pretty nice without the headscarves on? Shit. You take 24 hours as well. Glass houses.
May bring. People here want to feel optimistic, they want to celebrate, and they want the world to see their victory.
Yeah, you can absolutely feel and hear the joy in that woman's voice as you spoke with her. Clarissa, just quickly, where are the...
I don't know if you are interested in book recommendations. But Rising Up and Rising Down, a 7-volume mediation on political violence, was an compelling historical and philosophical read. It feels relevant with respect to the last few months.
Thanks to $50. I really appreciate that. I don't know if I'm going to read 7 volumes anytime soon, little bub. I'm not on strong enough medication for that, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Rebels, as you've been driving around Damascus and elsewhere, have you been seeing them on the streets? Are they also joining in on the celebrations, or are they doing more, I guess, administrative stuff?
The rebels are all over the streets. There's a few of them. There's one right here, in fact, just there. They're all over the streets. They're guarding the various ministries. They are guarding the presidential palace, for example, where we were earlier. They are trying to get all of the various administrations back to work, get traffic police back to work, to make sure that the fabric of society, that the wheels of society keep on moving. And most of them have been very...
Thanks to the $5. There's an abridged version as well. Oh, okay. Right. Is there a Wikipedia? Can I just read the... Can I just watch the video? Can I just watch the 5-minute YouTube video? What? Right.
Friendly, have been very polite. They have been given a strict edict from their leadership that they need to respect Syrian minorities, that they need to respect that this is a pluralistic society, that they should not be imposing their religious views on anyone they come across. I will say, when I was at the presidential palace, as you heard before in my report, they asked me to put on a headscarf. That was an isolated incident, though. And here we are on the streets, and you can see there are women who are covered, there are women who are not covered, there are Muslims, there are Christians. These are ordinary Syrian people celebrating this moment.
That report is based. What an energy. What a queen.
I feel like a segment on distinguishing kinds of Islamism would be helpful. A lot of people conflate stuff like the Taliban, ISIS, Al-Qaeda with political Islamism that reminds of Christian cons.
Thanks for the $10. Yeah, I should do. I mean, I'm trying to mention in passing just like the political, even the political jihadism of Jilani and how it's different from international jihad and more like religiously driven jihad by people like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, but I don't know. Well. I was planning a short stream today, though. Do I have anything else to do? Do I have any other memes? $59 of us were locked in a 4x4 cell. Jesus, that's quite small. Pretty tight. Oh. What do I have to do this evening? Video games. Have you not talked about Luigi? No. Wait, did Scarlett get fucking timed out for saying she has beautiful eyes? There's a dynamic about commenting on women's appearances if you're... I don't know. 5 minutes? I think there's a difference between women commenting on women and versus like men doing it, right? Like, do I need to... Okay. Seems sexist. Yeah, I know. You know what else is sexist? Segregation. Okay? Like bathrooms, segregation. It's basically apartheid. And it's good. What, changing rooms for men and women? That's basically apartheid. Okay. Whatever. I was gentle in the enforcement to the woman. Yeah, but it's not... I'm pretty sure women are allowed to say... Because the way I see it, right? Like, women compliment each other's looks all the time, and it's like a non-threatening thing and all that shit. But when you're in an audience that's majority men, and as soon as a woman comes on screen and you see like 70 or 80 men going, whoa, she looks cute, she's pretty, she's hot, ugh! Like, that's obviously what looks fucking weird, okay? It's not, there's nothing inherently wrong with one person saying, she looks good. That's normal, okay? The problem is that we're a male-dominated community because we do combative fucking streaming and debating and shit like that. And that's why you need to temper that dynamic by having that rule. I thought that was obvious. But that doesn't... Okay. I'm just saying. I don't think that needed to happen. The other guys, I could see why, because they were like, pretty cute when you take the hijabi off. Like, when you take the durka off, like, yeah, obviously that's a bit different. Especially when it's got a bombardment of fucking man viewers. Okay. Eh. Yeah, I know Two-Ton wants to talk, but there's like 5 people who want to talk right now, and I need to go and do stuff. Shit. I'm busy today. Taking a half day. Lower your gaze. Yes, lower your gaze. Yosef Haddad clickbait. Ray.
So right now, I am at Auckland University in New Zealand. In the university, you have the orientation week.
Uh-huh. Oh, he's gonna debate someone. A BDS activist. Oh no. How much am I gonna...
Let's go and check.
He's gonna say, I am an Arab Israeli. You tell me that I live in a... He's gonna do that shit, isn't he?
So can I like get a little bit knowledge about it? Can I like get a bit more things about it?
I'm not the best to ask because I'm not super knowledgeable.
Is this a Scottish person? Who is this person? Where is he? Surely not.
Yeah.
What?
No, Auckland. Okay.
Aren't you?
She's not
Sorry,
Scottish.
I'm really confused because this is really important, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know anything about this?
Well, I mean, I do, but like, I wouldn't be comfortable being like, I'm the expert on this kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Do you have your friends here?
No, they're not here at the moment.
So, like, because this apartheid is not okay.
Yeah.
And I tried to go online and search about it, and I saw a lot of talks like, oh, there isn't apartheid, there is apartheid. And I said, I'm gonna come here, I'm just gonna hear it from you guys. But
yeah.
Can I be honest? I'm really a bit disappointed because I thought if you represent the Palestinian club, you would like know about it.
Yeah, no, I mean...
So wait,
God, he's actually stressing her out so much. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean personal opinion?
As in, like, just my opinion, yeah.
I'm a bit confused, sorry. Because like the personal opinion does not matter. The fact doesn't matter, right? Like if there is an apartheid or no.
Yeah.
And if Palestinians live under apartheid, the world should know that. And so I guess I'm just asking, is it a fact or is it a personal opinion?
Well, I mean, it's a fact.
Why is he pointing at the disappearing Palestine map and talking about apartheid? Okay, cringe. Eek. Oh well. Here's what it is. Well done, Mr. Haddad. Good bait. Good clickbait. Let's go. Let's go. Why set up a booth when you're not knowledgeable? It's a combination of things. One is, again, I think a lot of these political camps, most people are just there for the memes, like, because it's, or maybe she just saw fucking people dying on Twitter and felt bad and wanted to do something about it, like, and I guess that was what was there. I think that's probably most of them. That's probably most activists. Feel like Hassan now. Okay. Activists be cringe, the sky is blue. Oh, I know. I was there. Okay. The mystery of Saturn's hexagon. What? Just put a video on while you eat. No, I actually need to leave. I'm just beating around the bush. Okay, 1 minute AP video of Sednaya. Oh no, not Sednaya in 1080p.
Angry scenes could be seen outside the infamous Sednaya military prison outside the Syrian capital, as thousands demanded to know the whereabouts of their loved ones.
Like they're having to knock
as insurgents
shit
swept
down
across Syria to bring an end to the Assad family's 50-year rule, they broke into prisons and security facilities to free political prisoners. Civil defense workers dug holes in search of hidden cells and underground chambers. The prison, known as the human slaughterhouse, is one that has horrified the Syrian people. Syria's prisons have been infamous for their harsh conditions. Torture is systematic, say human rights groups, whistleblowers, and former detainees. According to Amnesty International, dozens of people were secretly executed every week at Sednaya.
هذول كلهم عصابه وسوف يحاسبون وكل الاسماء الموجوده عندنا حتى لو راح الى الصين بدنا نجيبه ما في لازم يتحاسب لانه اسمه موجود عندنا بدلائل موجود.
Now, while prison officers...
The White Helmet said they couldn't find secret cells. I'm pretty sure they're still looking. Like, they're still raking through documents to try and find stuff.
And soldiers have escaped. The whereabouts of many in-prison family members detained is unknown. The release of prisoners and the end of the Assad family's rule is a historic moment in Syria's story, one that brings fear and uncertainty as much as joy for its people.
Okay. Listen, I'm going to call it a little bit early today. I mean, it's been 4.5 hours, so... Here's what it is. Ooh. Thanks for your donos and your help and your viewing and all that. Yeah. Apparently they called Turkish Search and Rescue to help with it. Okay. Listen. Whatever. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Maybe. Who knows? Bye. Bye.